It's the same. And in elite truck, they're all not the same, and they don't match.
Really?
And I'm like,
Off the grid.
Not expecting anybody.
Everybody's here. By yourself.
It's so stressful. Yeah, because then you got.
yeah, it's just a.
Yeah. You're
I
like,
don't understand.
they're seeing how terrible I'm plowing right now.
Yeah, that's why you
It's
just,
awful.
just like when you're practicing driving a yacht or something like that, you go somewhere where there's less people.
I'm not sure if that answers the question.
Well, yeah. It took me right to Iron Loop and it's been very gross. So, yeah. Fortunately, it was not downtown. He did not take me downtown to teach me how to plow.
It's printed.
But, yeah, I was always kind of like, oh, that's really cool.
There's Christie.
No, there is a technique to it, for sure, for sure. But- And then one of the things that you wouldn't think would be an issue is how hot they
Need
get,
a packet?
because they have all their heat going, the cloud makes snow on their.
Okay, their packets
on the
bill
windshield.
or.
They get snow.
Hello, there's
Do they have-
one
Yeah,
water
you
just
got
behind
different
this.
one.
Wait till next month.
And
Yeah, I just feel it.
they're stopping every once in a while, like.
That's what Dexter's already pretty. Further?
No, so she's written one for Lucy right now.
For who?
For Lucy right now.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll just go with, I don't want to.
Yeah, I know, I understand that. Your phone can make it, it's hard to.
As you get older, you'll need these.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, that's
Keep
right.
moving up.
Yeah, that's right.
You just time to order a whole bunch more, I go, oh, move up, great.
That's right.
I'll pass that forward.
Yeah, and you know, it's really, I got a driveway all the way down at the end where I'm staying, at it down at the end of the road. And they try to push it off the side to keep the driveways open.
Yeah.
So they're just paying attention to it. It's
Yeah.
really good.
Which road are you on?
On Tara Lane, on the way into Tara Lane, on the west hand side.
Yeah.
So the last home on the left hand side, which is the last driveway,
Yeah.
they're still pushing it out of the way and then still keep it open.
Oh, that's good.
Well, it's great, yeah.
Yeah, good for them.
That's why I'm here, because they do a good
They,
job.
yeah, they are very, it's important. They all take a lot of pride in it.
Yeah.
So. Mhm.
Hopefully they get the quits. soon.
Huh?
Hopefully they'll get the quits.
I know, well, we, did something a little bit different this storm, just because we have, there's all this weather stuff, like, oh, it's gonna be all night. Where
Send the data over.
historically, you kind of wait for the call, or how bad's it gotten, and then everyone comes in.
Yes,
Kind of split up here, so, or
I
the
started
storms,
to
they
the
have
little
four during the
dance,
day, and then
and
there's
so
two of
then,
them. They're probably starting now,
the person
it
that
just kind of
needed to be
keeps it
presented.
cleared up.
So that's why it looks so good in the morning.
Yeah, yeah, because they have people going.
I made a difference. I know that, I wasn't expecting it to look as good as it did.
Yeah. Yeah, a few people have shared that, so. It might be something, running the night shift and then it's not like, oh, crap, we're all at once, and then, oh, we're all exhausted, or having to stay for 16 hours.
Have a nice
20 hours. Handle it, stay, gives them like, everyone a chance to go home, after that, right? So, it seems to be working thing, so. I think they'll probably keep it up as long as this weather continues.
It's the worst though. You put in all that effort
Oh,
and then it's gone. And no one knows that, there was a mound of snow here, over here.
yeah,
Yes, when you move that much dirt,
yeah,
it stays there until you move it somewhere else.
yeah,
Plow, the east wind was blowing so hard,
It's gonna take a couple of.
So.
Oh, yeah.
So I said to myself,
well, and for that, it's like you're running out of room.
you don't need to do that today. So maybe it'll be better tomorrow. Better today.
And then it freezes, and you can't actually move it anymore. It's like little things that you wouldn't even think is something to be concerned about, but.
At least we didn't get like 2 feet of snow.
No, it kind of spread itself out, so.
It's been constant.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah. Just know.
Yeah, well, no, good job, man.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Rick.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting order at 6 o'clock. Thank you all very much for being here. I would invite you to stand and join me in the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are all here.
All right, so a public comment. This is the time for those of you in the gallery that would like to address the council. This is the time. So I see we have quite a few online.
Mary's got her hand
Got our
up.
hand up.
So we got waiting on Liana.
Yeah, hacking off the printer, so.
That's good. So one moment, Mary, we're waiting on Liana. She'll be back shortly. Out is, if there is a motion to be made, it is spelled out. Spelled out in the motion, I'll just read this whole thing.
Okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Mary Rapar Stevenson, just a few comments. I want to thank Carolyn for telling me about the tree program. I'm still looking for those trees that Gordy called me about with their broken bark and which needs to be wrapped for the winter. And I just haven't been able to leave the house in the last 2 days. But what's also very evident is, I don't know if you've all noticed, some of our older heritage trees have not been pruned well in the past, and that weakens their crowns. And weakened crowns do not stand well under wind and rain and ice. So I do think we do need to make sure that our heritage trees, which are the big old trees that we see around town, be pruned properly, and especially if they're in the city right of way. And for that, I think you need an arborist to evaluate the trees and how, because when I look at the old oak trees and the chestnut tree there by the courthouse and those other old trees, it is really evident that they have not been done well by. The other thing is, I think you all have heard now the negative response to doing a courthouse plaza upheaval. People don't want it. It is an open space within our city, one of the more open spaces. And, maybe pretty it up a little bit, but as the negative sentiment expressed at many meetings has been, and online, people don't want their open space to be deconstructed. So I think that project needs a real rethink. And as this weather has shown in our city, I think we need to start thinking about undergrounding our infrastructure. It would be a lot safer for the PUD guys. It probably would help us with power outages. And it would be a nice construction program to make money for construction workers. So, and we could do our broadband program while we're doing that. It's just the poles are getting more and more wires on them, and that's not going to last forever. At some point you have to think about undergrounding. So I think that's a more worthwhile project than the courthouse plaza thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary.
Anyone else? All right, anyone in the audience here? All right, moving along, I would, as you can note here, there have been some changes to the agenda, including today. Would entertain, yes, Pat.
Oh, I'd like to comment on changes to the agenda, if I might, please.
Sure.
What I would recommend is 7A, the public hearing on the utility rates and system development charges not be a public hearing today, but the first public hearing be moved to the next council meeting. We could get the information today, but the reason I asked for this change is for whatever reason, the information in the packet didn't come till just a few hours prior to this meeting, and I, as one council member, did not have time to study it, nor did I have time to consult with any of my constituents on it. And secondly, so I didn't have adequate prep time, nor did the public. Also, the point of having two hearings is so that we are well briefed as a council and the public, and that we can comment and recommend changes in the first hearing based on really being knowledgeable. And then we can finalize this at the second hearing. And further, I would add that really all of the agenda items where we got the packet info at the very last minute, we can discuss them at this meeting, of course, but I'd really recommend that we also put those items on the next agenda so that we can all be fully prepared. Each of these items that we had like 110 pages added to the agenda at the last minute. And I would say each of those items, I myself spend about 3 to 4 hours studying those items. And so I'm really, really handicapped as 1 vote out of 5. So I'm not trying to be mean-spirited by making this request. It's just that I think we all take this really seriously, and if we're going to represent the public well, I think we would just move that hearing to the next meeting, and then also, like I said, add any additional items that we do discuss today, but to the next meeting as well. Thank you.
Any other thoughts? There is a lot of information in the rate study. We will, obviously, we do have guests to go through that with us. And then, do we advertise public hearing?
We advertise.
Okay.
We're having a special meeting on it at the next, on the 25th to go through any feedback received, because there's some direction that's needed from council. It's a very in-depth, and there's a lot of information in the study that can't just be relayed through paper, which is why there's a presentation. And so even if you had it ahead of time, I don't know how much it could, yes, you could have had some data, but I feel like it's more comprehensive with the presentation.
Yeah.
And so, but again, there's multiple public hearings. We're having multiple meetings on it. We're doing the best that we can. It's up to council as to whether or not they want to hold a third public hearing. We can still hold this public hearing and go to a third public hearing in March. Again, the impact with the delay is that we will lose out on the revenue. And if we push it much further, then we need to then relook at the numbers to see if we need to do a further rate increase to recoup that loss.
I think, and I appreciate what you said. The thing is I'm not prepared to ask the questions I would have asked had I had to look at the data. And a lot of, like I talked to one of them, there were 2 presenters, and I talked to one, and I think it was this presenter on the hearing. And a lot of this information, as you know, I emailed you on Sunday because I said, just send me what you have. So I didn't get anything. And so I'm just telling you how I feel. I don't care if you want to call this a public hearing. If we have a third one, I think that what it is, if I've talked to people historically, some that have been on the council, and it's always that we're going from one emergency to the other. We're doing things always at the last minute. And I think that, and I appreciate what you're saying, but this is but another example of that. So we have the whole year to plan. I think we should just back up and go slower and start rethinking things way in advance so that this doesn't happen.
Just from a legal point, I only point out, so Pat knows, under RCW 4230.077, agendas need to be published online 24 hours in advance of the meeting, unless your population is less than 3,000. So there is a caveat to that. Just, and I'll put that on the record so everybody knows that.
We have these requirements in place, and I appreciate that. So we have these requirements in place for the notice of the agendas and stuff, and I understand we're less than 3,000. So you can see where, okay, it has to be published and everything, but yet I think I I don't want to take up any more time. I've said what I needed to say, but I'm just really handicapped, and that's frustrating because I'm not able to really do my job, and the citizens I represent, then I'm not serving them well, and I feel bad for them.
Thank you. So I think that we are obligated to, as we advertised, we do need a public hearing. And then we will make some decisions at that point for the November 3rd.
So is the 25th, is that one of the public hearings?
No, it's a special meeting,
Okay.
and rates really only need one public hearing. So it's up to council if you want a third.
What happens if we move it? Move the third public hearing then to the,
So there's a second, I don't have time to publish a public hearing for the 25th.
right,
There will be a public hearing scheduled for the February 15th meeting.
So I think we should get through the presentation,
I
check the data, get this public hearing going, and then we can take a look, revisit at that point and say, okay, we definitely need more than the February meeting for this. If that's the case, then we can
Okay.
go at that point. Does that make sense?
what have we got scheduled for the special meeting on the 22nd?
Utility rates,
Pardon?
utility rates.
Okay. could
So,
we-
so it's meant to do a deep dive on this. So this is just the initial presentation.
Okay,
There are some questions that direction is needed on. And if council needs more information on that, then we'll get with the consultant and refine it between now and the next meeting.
okay,
And so that's sort of why, all of the information that was presented at the last minute, isn't requiring a decision today.
Right.
And all of the things can, again, with the rates, there's a second meeting that's meant for a deep dive, as well as a second public hearing that's already been scheduled and it was listed on the agenda. So I understand there wasn't information ahead of time for people to ask questions about or provide public comment on. However, they're also able to provide public comment after the presentation as well. So if they see that information and have comment, they can provide it at the meeting because it's a public hearing. There's also going to be a second time to provide input as well at that February 15th meeting.
I would say we go ahead and move forward with the way it's set up right now, but then have the caveat that we can have a third meeting if we feel like it's necessary to have a third public meeting after that meeting on the
I agree.
15th. That perhaps that.
That makes
Work.
sense to me. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Do it.
Yeah, because we're all like, oh no, we need more time. Then,
Yeah.
we have so many
Yeah.
more things that are still coming up.
Yeah.
But if we don't,
Right. No,
we move
that's,
along.
I just don't want to lose the
yeah, and
the
that,
monetary
Sure.
part of it.
right, and neither do I, and I think we'll all remember that caveat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that sounds good. Thank
Yep.
you.
I would move to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second, yeah.
All right, I have a first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we do have a remote sheriff's report. Tracy there.
Oh, let's see. I had to find out which Tracy. There we go. There we go. Hi, Tracy, you should be allowed to talk.
No, it's this one. Can unmute, you're muted still.
Yeah, you're muted still.
Unmute yourself, Tracy.
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Try again.
There we
Okay.
go.
There it is.
We got it now. It didn't show up at first, and I'm thinking, I don't see anything to work with this. Any questions about the documentations that I have supplied you about the statistics for December?
No.
None from me.
No, okay. I'll give you a little bit of an update on what's going on. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, currently we have 2 people in the academy up in Seattle for patrol deputies. And we just had 2 patrol deputies start in the new academy out of Vancouver, Washington, this week. So we have 4 deputies in training, which is good news for us and good news for the city that we're going to have more staffing available here before too long. Not real quick, but it's gonna happen. And we have two new corrections officers in training up in Seattle as well. So we have 6 people in training. So we can see a little bit of light down the tunnel. So we're going to have more staffing available as time comes and moves forward. So we're excited about that. And outside of that, the winter's been so far interesting. We've had not major activity, but a lot of activity with public assists and some accidents and broken water lines, houses being hit by trees, things of that nature. So we're responding to the priority calls, things that are necessary as far as public safety and supporting life supports, and seeing that people are getting the assistance that they need to be safe and warm within their homes. Some of the little things we're pushing off to the side that aren't of urgence. A vehicle that's been abandoned alongside the road that's not blocking traffic, it's something that we're going to put to the side for a while and make sure that the community is safe. That's going to be our priority. So outside of that, do you have any other questions for me?
Trace, this is Dave. Hey,
Yeah.
how many road deputies without county admin staff, how many road deputies do we have right now?
8.
Okay, have we lost any this year yet?
We lost, well, the first of the year.
What's that?
As of 2024?
Yeah.
No,
Okay, how many we lost in the last quarter from, say, October to December?
5.
We've lost 5. So at one point, we had 13,
Correct.
okay? And we're replacing those 5 with the 4 that are in training, hopefully.
6.
We have 4 in training. We have 1 that just completed the testing. I'm waiting for the results back on that, which would be a lateral. And once we get the results on that, we can get that one enlisted into the equivalency academy.
Okay,
But I'm just waiting for the final results from the final testing.
okay, awesome. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Wyckoff, I have a question.
Sure.
Why did we lose the 5? I'm just curious why they left.
We had, we lost 1 because of our current sheriff. So that position needed to be filled. We had 1 that retired. We had another one that went to Vancouver because that's where they live and they wanted to work closer to home for family reasons. We had another one that went to White Salmon that made a decision to move east because I think down the road they're looking to take the chief's position because the current chief there is going to retire in the next couple of years. That's 4, right?
Mhm.
And then we have another one that is looking to maybe go back to the state patrol because of their cutback during the COVID the era. And the state is looking at possibly offering them back pay because of the reasonings they had them leave because they did not want to get their shots.
Thank you. Appreciate the information.
Good job, Under Sheriff.
Thank you, sir.
Any other thoughts or comments before we let our guests go? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tracy.
You're welcome.
All right, so we do have another guest. You kicking us off on this, Ben?
I will. So Marina French with DCG Watershed, I think it's just DCG. And then Chuck McDowell, DCG Watershed, are here to present status report on our parks planning effort. And so this is one of the presentations that was added to your packet this afternoon. They will go into more of the details and I'll just cover some next steps after this right now. So the initial draft of the plan has been delivered to the city staff and the coalition members that are part of our advisory group. We're going to make some suggested edits to that and reflect them back to DCG for changes. And then once that's ready, we'll distribute it for public release, comments on that. We anticipate it being available for you to adopt at the February City Council meeting. If it's not ready to go, then we do hope to get it adopted before March 1st to make sure that we're eligible to apply for grants this cycle, which requires that adoption date this quarter. And I'll hand it over to Marina and Chuck.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Marina French. I'm a landscape architect at DCG Watershed. I'm the project manager for this master plan. With me is Chuck McDowell, who is the lead landscape architect working with me on the project. And then we have one other team member, not here, Angela, who some of you may have spoken to in the community outreach process. So we are here today to give an overview of the project and some updates. I'm going to share my screen here. Worked pretty good, my question. So you can see the full screen presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So today we're gonna, our plan is to give you an overview of what this project is, what we've been doing. Big focus is gonna be on the community outreach we've done and the feedback that we've heard during this process, which has been really, really cool. And then we'll talk about some of our recommendations based on that feedback, like a mission for the parks plan, some goals, and some more specific capital improvement projects. And then quickly at the end, we have a couple of slides of some of the initial thoughts on maintenance and operations impacts based on those projects and some funding options and other summary discussion. So with that, I'm gonna have Chuck kick us off here. Let me see if I can advance the slide. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to start with what is a parks master plan, and acknowledging that this is the first parks, recreation, and open space plan that the city of Stevenson has developed. We're not starting from scratch, but we are starting from square one in terms of the outreach, in terms of stakeholder identification and engagement, and then pulling together all the resources that have been developed in the past for comprehensive plans. And so in this process, we're essentially developing a plan that helps to describe what the vision is for parks and recreational facilities, and including trails. This involves inventory. So what parks facilities does the city of Stevenson currently have? What's the condition and the capacity? And with that, kind of moving forward into a needs analysis and a needs assessment that looks at what are the desires of the community of stakeholders for parks in the future, looking at community demographics, looking at national and regional trends, and collecting public input that will provide the basis for what those needs are. And then from all that work, we kind of compile it into the plan, which identifies specific projects to work towards over a 6-year and a 20-year timeframe. So that includes a couple of the things that Marina just mentioned, the asset management plan, recommendations, goals, and avenues towards funding. And as I mentioned, this process kind of involves both a 6-year timeframe, so short term, and then the kind of the longer term vision of a 20-year plan. So going back to the summer when we started working on this project, just to give you an overview of kind of the stages that we went through, early fall, late summer, we were really in collecting data, doing the inventory of the parks, kicking off meetings with the stakeholder group, which was identified by Ben and by other folks at the city, developing and starting to implement the outreach plan, and really kind of staying at a high level and thinking about what is the vision for a parks and recreation open space plan for the city. From there, we moved on from the inventory and started to engage stakeholders, engage the community, and really start to dig into the analysis of the data that we collected, And that included conducting that needs analysis, looking at the community profile, and from there, kind of starting to work towards developing goals for the parks plan. And the phase that we're kind of in right now and showing you the draft version of is the documentation. And so this plan has a kind of a very specific outline, and that is required by RCO for funding mechanisms. And so this is a pretty standard plan document that you'll find in most communities. And then, we're kind of in this phase where we're presenting to Ben and the city and you all, and are taking feedback and incorporating changes before adoption. So just an overview of what our outreach has looked like through this process. It really started with the identification of an advisory committee, recognizing that City of Stevenson has somewhat limited parks and open space that they own currently, and thinking about other agencies in the area, like the port, like the county, the school district, and the pool district, that also provide recreational spaces to the City of Stevenson. And so the identification of that group was really important because we recognize that City of Stevenson Parks isn't a standalone provider of those open spaces. And so recognizing that, working with those agencies as this advisory committee was really the heart of the engagement, to understand the user groups that those agencies are serving, in addition to the user groups that the City of Stevenson is serving. So from there, what we did was kind of held some workshops and also conducted one-on-one interviews with representatives of those stakeholder groups and other active special interest groups in the city. Public engagement was done through an online survey, and we're at the phase now where we're presenting to you all. So going back to the advisory committee process and how we've engaged in that group. So that group is made up of the Port of Skamania, the Stevenson Carson School District, the Stevenson Pool District, Skamania County, and of course the city. And so we held 3 different workshops with that group. So far we have had 2, we've had 3 as of last week. The first one was to really start to identify the resources and inventory different park spaces within all of those agencies, to discuss their vision for parks and how their spaces and needs and services can overlap with city goals. Workshop 2, we discussed the public survey results and really kind of dug into what projects they've done in the past, what projects these groups have ambitions to work towards. And then again, kind of looking at multi-benefit projects that overlap between those agencies and the city, so that we're working towards a common vision. And then earlier last week, we reviewed these draft goals and recommendations and started to collect feedback from that group, which will continue to filter in as we kind of finalize things over the next couple of weeks. So generally, just summarizing the advisory committee feedback, we've really focused on the shared values, acknowledging that each of these entities serves different user groups and has kind of different core missions. And so in kind of the development of the Parks, Recreation, Open Space Plan, we're really looking at those shared values that overlap with what the city and these groups can provide for recreational value. And so some of those that came out of this were really about identifying overlapping projects where one project built out by one agency might serve the needs of multiple. Really looking at those demands that are currently on those spaces and seeing where we can better support different groups through agreements and possibilities of sharing resources, capitalizing on common desire to see basic improvements to accessibility and ADA. I think there's an acknowledgement in all of these groups that there's just a common need for community gathering spaces. So starting to think through those spaces that are possible. Talked a lot about, the balance between serving locals and tourists and the need to do both. and then really thinking about how to connect these spaces together through this work. So after kind of conducting those workshops and defining some of those shared values, we conducted 15 one-on-one interviews, and that was comprised mostly of individuals within the advisory committee, but also kind of reached out to special interest folks like the running club. We talked to Public Works, of course, Skamania Lodge, and a few others. And really the goals here were to kind of dig deeper into the needs of specific user groups within these agencies, and also kind of tease out some projects that are in the works or needs that come out more at the staff level. And so the process that we kind of flowed through in these interviews was to discuss what parks or amenities or spaces they individually managed or had some kind of role in maintaining. Hearing about those spaces, what's successful, what are we doing well already, and then kind of leaning into what are the needs, what can be improved, and what is needed to actually make those improvements. From there, we kind of talked about goals and objectives, so going back to the mission and the shared values, and really kind of use this opportunity to tease out what the existing resources are. And I'll just highlight 4 of the common themes that came out of the stakeholder interview results. And that is to focus on basic maintenance, updates and operational needs, site-specific project goals. There were a number of investments that came up as possibilities, and some that are in the works and some that are more in the grand vision timeline. The need to activate existing spaces that are underutilized. And then goals to better serve locals, increase tourism, and facilitate that community gathering that we were talking about earlier. So in addition to engaging with the advisory group and the individual stakeholders, we had a community survey that asks similar questions. This was open for about 5 weeks in kind of the late fall, early winter. And we were really focused on gathering information about the mission and the vision. What do community members want to see in their park space? What do they think the role of the city and the advisory group in providing those spaces is? Understanding what spaces they visit, what spaces they don't, and why. And then what are their dreams and aspirations as well for Stevenson Parks. So looking at some of the results here, this is really the demographic breakdown in our analysis of the survey results. We look at the comparison between who responded to the survey and kind of the demographics of the community to make sure that we're getting an accurate representation of who has participated. Next slide. And just as an overview of some of the themes that came out of the public survey, most respondents that spend time outside in parks and open space really are doing it to connect with nature, observe wildlife. That are doing it for fitness or exercise or to enjoy the peace and quiet. Most folks go to the waterfront, county fairgrounds, and Rock Creek. And of the parks that folks don't use, it's really because they didn't know it was a park, or there weren't the basic amenities of a park located there so that they could recognize it as a park. And then in terms of the improvement priorities, so what do people want to see investment in? Commonalities were more restrooms, spaces for outdoor concerts and live events. And that kind of ranges in sizes. So not just the larger concerts, but smaller pop-ups, creating spaces that are family friendly, play areas and things that are for not just kids, but for all ages and all abilities. Going back to the comment about not knowing it was a park because their basic amenities weren't there. That's definitely coming up as a theme. And then, a common one was let's maintain what we already have and work towards improving that. And so taking the feedback from the stakeholder the stakeholder interviews, the community responses. We came back to the advisory committee and had a workshop really about the goals and mission, and started to flesh out what the mission of the Parks and Open Space plan would be. And so this is where we have landed: to enhance Stevenson's recreational and gathering spaces in ways that increase access to the area's natural beauty and cultural heritage for residents and visitors alike. And with that, I'll pass it back to Marina.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Chuck. So again, building, our process was really focused on building from what we heard. So taking all that input, we then began to build our goals. And then these goals then are the themes for the different recommendations that we would include in the plan. So the 4 goals we created to encompass all the feedback are here. The first, establish and sustain well-maintained parks. So this is again focused on maintain what we have, improve the quality of what's there. Another aspect of this was to also think about exploring alternative ways to manage what you have, or design what you have. The second goal is to enhance community access to parks by increasing visibility and awareness. And so what this is focused on is actually communication and awareness of what's there. So one idea that came up was sort of a centralized online website, say, so that people can go to one place and know, oh, where is there a meeting room, or where can I find a bathroom, or where are all the trailheads, and to have one location where you can find all the information on all the public access areas in the town, or physically having more signage and indications of what's a public park and a public space. So that's the visibility piece. The third, improve proximities to and connectivity between parks. So this is more about physically connecting parks, expanding trails, making trails connect, and looking if any gaps exist in the community now for how close people are to parks. A lot of the parks are along the water, but as Stevenson develops and more neighborhoods develop, are people then further away and having to walk farther to get to a park, and is there a gap? So the goal being to improve those proximities, that walking distance. The last one is to provide inclusive spaces to meet diverse community needs. So this is really focusing on those opportunities for partnership and funding to build projects and expand programs that we hear from the community that they want. So, and that's a wide range of things, from bathrooms to playgrounds and the like. So it's a bit of an all-encompassing goal, more than the others. And so the document includes a lot of longer-term ideas and planning projects and project ideas that don't really have a location yet, but it did also yield what we identified as the short-term capital improvement projects. So these are based on projects. Most of these projects were included in the survey and had community feedback, and a couple were from previous documents or came up in the engagement process. So the overview here is the Courthouse Plaza, the West End Waterfront Easement Purchase and Trail, the Fairgrounds Kayak Launch, the Piper Road Trail Easement, Gateway Landscape Improvements, and the First Street Sidewalk Trail Connection. And I'll go through each of these. So, and then starting to put together what these estimated costs would be for these different projects based on existing information we have about them, or easements. We had an assessor report for the easement costs, and then others are based on just standard practice estimates. So the Park Plaza was ranked number 4 in the survey. I will say that we did at the time have the previous concept image shown. So we didn't have the updated concept. And this ranked high in the survey, and it ranked high because it included the core amenities that Chuck was mentioning. It has a bathroom, it has opportunity for play, and it improves what is already there. So that's the reason it's ranked in the top in the capital improvement plan. So the role the city would take is to lead this project for the funding and management and then ongoing maintenance. The West Waterfront Trail project is to purchase an easement along the perimeter of a private property in partnership with the private owner, and to expand a trail that would be a shoreline trail that could expand the Port Waterfront Trail further and eventually have water access, but initially would have water views and could have a temporary trail. So this ranked number 1 in the survey. So the idea is the city could finance the easement purchase, have a temporary trail, and then the private owner would eventually develop a more permanent trail and water access. The fairground kayak launch ranked number 3. This one addresses improving an existing system and increasing shoreline access. This is very common ask, was for a non-motorized boat launch option. So the role the city could take is to support the county by partnering on grant applications or fund matching. And so the cost here reflects half of the estimate. Piper Road Trail project is to work with a willing private landowner to purchase an easement. And then this project has an estimate for creating design plans that then would be used for a grant application for a trail installation. So this ranked 7 on the survey, but was promoted higher because, according to our level of service analysis and needs assessment, trails were identified as something that the city could use more of. So the city role would be to finance the easement purchase and then the design plans. So this is one that was not on the survey, Gateway Landscape Improvements. So from discussions with the advisory committee and the group that came to the charrette and the stakeholder interviews, a lot of discussion centered around improvements to the Gateway experience. So this project would basically use the couplets and Gateway Park as the locations to pilot a new type of landscape that would be sort of a signature look of what is Stevenson, sort of the same way you have, you know, the matching lampposts and like this really, you know, nice aesthetic that signals you are here. You would expand that to the landscape improvements to have a master plant list that maybe gets repeated throughout the city, or certain trees that you use. And so you're building from anything that you would already have to do this. And also the other part of this is when we're talking about maintenance, these could be good locations for like a pilot project to experiment or train staff on new maintenance practices and more sustainable landscape types, or, you know, water efficient plants and things like that. So we are still figuring the cost for this, but that'll be soon. Okay, and then this last project is was identified previously in a shoreline access plan, public shoreline access plan. And it came up because of the budget approval for 2024 has included the First Street sidewalk. And so this project proposed formalizing a current trail that's informal there. You call it the goat path that brings you down to the railroad underpass And so the project would be to expand on the existing project to have a asphalt trail that leads down to this road as a safer pedestrian route to get down to the waterfront. So it addresses the gap of expanding the trails, and the idea is the city would add it on to the existing project. So looking at maintenance and operations, since this is a part of what the ask from the community was, and a lot of the interest among the advisory group in working together and exploring ways to collaborate on maintenance as well. So we began to put together what is the current maintenance and operation, and if you did these improvements in the capital improvement plan, how would that change it? And so we've estimated some increases in hours. So if one of the comments was increased trash pickup, so if we increase waste removal time, or if we increase landscaping time, if we change lawn areas to this new gateway landscape and we're increasing landscape time, and then bathroom maintenance, if we're adding a bathroom to the plaza and the maintenance that would result from that, what can we approximate that change to be to maintenance and operations costs? And so currently we're looking at an increase of about 30%. And a lot of that is the bathroom. So quickly, this plan will also include a section on funding options and opportunities. These include all different types. So from grants to different types of development agreements, ideas for enhancing local funding, thinking about volunteer efforts and donations, exploring more private-public partnerships, or another that came up was exploring the formation of a park district or a junior taxing district for including larger areas beyond the city for the parks, recreation, and open space management. So in conclusion, so the first master plan, we've really focused on hearing from the public, the community-driven process and recommendations. These goals are over the 20-year time frame. A lot of them can be done right away, but some of them, the first step is maybe a plan, or the first step is strengthening a partnership. But there's a lot of ideas in here that I think are really exciting. Our process really focus on engaging and collaborating, and our results were that there was a lot of agreement and a lot of willingness to collaborate. So that was really great to hear. There was a general consensus. People would like higher quality, better funded, wider serving parks from this collaboration. This plan, the hope, has been mentioned in the beginning, this plan adopted, it makes the city eligible and other agencies eligible for grant funding from RCO. And so that's a big goal of this plan as well. So yeah, the advisory committee was key in forming the foundation of what we talked about, and really found that we shared a vision, and we really hope that this plan can have us all share in the solution as well. Stevenson has a lot of great recreation options, so there's a lot to work with here. That's the formal presentation. I don't know if you all do questions now, but I guess let me know. I can stop sharing, or I can leave it open in case anyone wants to go back to a slide.
Oh, should I start first, or is somebody else? I have some questions. And if anybody wants to interrupt my questions so we can take turns, I'm happy to have that be the case. Mr. McDowell and Ms. French, I really appreciate your time, and I'll try to keep my questions succinct. And I'm just curious, your report that you have here, when was it submitted to the city?
The draft plan,
Yeah, so what you just went over,
this
the
presentation.
slide presentation, yes.
Yeah, we initially sent a draft earlier this week, and then we had our recommendations meeting on Tuesday, and so we made a few revisions once it was able to be reviewed by the city. So
Okay, so, and then it sounds like you had some advisory groups, and there's a lot of data and stuff from that available, because these advisory groups would have had that data and your survey stuff. Is that true?
yeah, so
Okay.
a lot of the survey, like the public outreach, was all that information was presented to the committee at our last presentation. Not
Okay,
this,
so
but
okay.
before the new year. Mhm.
Okay, so that the city had that in its possession. Okay, thank you for that. On the survey that you talked about, was that the countywide survey that went out to everybody that had the barcode on it? Or I'm trying to get the surveys straight in my mind.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
No, it
so,
wasn't. Okay, the different survey. Okay, so I'll stop that line of questioning
okay.
because it was a different survey. So, and then, can I ask just a few housekeeping questions? And then I want to get to a few city parks. There was $100,000 grant that the city has, and I'm just curious, how much of that is your firm getting for all your hard work? I mean, how much is your firm getting of that 100,000? I'm just curious.
Yeah, that is the cost.
Okay, so
For
you're
yeah.
the good work your firm is doing will be about 100,000. Okay.
Mhm.
Does anybody else have any questions before I finish up mine? So that I'm not monopolizing things.
I had one quick question. I was wondering if anything came up about the old Grange building. I believe the county owns it. And there's some interest from several groups about using it if we can get a grant to restore it.
Did you say the ranch building? Sorry.
Grange.
It's a big white building in the fairgrounds parking lot.
Grange building. We do have, I don't know if the Grange building, we do have a long list of fairground project ideas. There's a lot there, like barn rehabilitation and improvements to the hedge wall. And I can check for Grange. We are actually still going back and forth with finalizing our list. So what was your comment? Just curious if anything came up, or just.
Yeah, I was just curious if that was one of the places in the report.
Okay. Oh no, I'll ask.
Go ahead. Okay, then I'll get back to my questions. You did outreach to the port in the county. I'm just curious what was their feedback on the courthouse plaza project? Did they think that was a good idea, or did they have questions on that? What was their feedback?
The
port
I don't know that I
can.
can. Yeah, I don't know that I remember a specific sentence. So we talked about, in general, there being a desire for a central gathering place, right? And we talked in general about there being a desire for more bathrooms. So I don't know, Chuck, if
I would say
Not
that,
as-
the conversations around specific projects were not as robust as kind of the larger vision of how the different spaces can support the larger needs of the community. And so I don't recall any specific conversations about, the courthouse lawn, other than kind of the identification of some of the resources and amenities that site would provide. We talked about bathrooms and different ways that children want to engage and play, and how that's an opportunity for that. But I don't know that there was any kind of value statements that I recall in our conversations.
Okay, would that also be true of the school district?
I
In
would say
terms of
that's
the
true. I'm
courthouse
not recalling
plaza?
any real conversations about support or not support of
Mhm.
that project through our work.
And Marina and Chuck, that, and remembering that they were both a very active part of this committee group when we were discussing all of this as well. So whenever we would discuss those particular items, they were part of that conversation. So.
Okay. Yeah. And
Well, Pat, what would you be hoping to get from the port or the school or the district or other coalition partners about the courthouse lawn? The reason why I ask, my next tasks are to re-engage all those representatives individually to make sure things are reflected. And if there's anything you want them specifically to say or any contribution you specifically want from them, I'd be happy to ask.
well, what I'd like to know is whether or not they're enthused about the project and what their enthusiasm level is, because what I understand is that project is supposed to be a countywide project to benefit the county, a countywide citizens throughout the county. So I'd want to know the enthusiasm level of the taxpaying public countywide. And I think the port would have, and their enthusiasm level, just like on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd like to know how excited they are about this project. That's what would be good to know, because that is the most expensive project on the list. Anyway, could I just go over a few parks in Stevenson and get your thoughts on it real quickly? And I know we got a lot of things on the agenda, so I'm almost done, but would that be possible, Mr. McDowell and Ms. French?
Sure.
Okay. Walnut Park, you know where Walnut Park is in the city?
Mhm.
Okay, what were your thoughts on that in terms of, or did you get any feedback on that? Every year we rent that out to a business, and it seems like, in my opinion, it seems like a real gem in our town. I'm just curious how enthused you were about that space and what that space could be used for. And you did mention little pocket parks around, or you didn't use that term. So I'm just curious what you think of Walnut Park and what its potential is for the citizens here.
Mhm. Yeah, I can say a couple things I remember from what we heard, and Chuck, if you want to add on, but yeah, we definitely heard from Walnut Park, heard specific comments on Walnut Park about think about it as a year-round, how this space could work better or serve for year-round. And also some ideas mentioned before about like the pop-up, single guitar player, a little music. There could be a spot there because it is so central in downtown. So that was one of the ideas to activate the space year-round. So.
And do you think there'd be room, if you look at that space on maps history, it seems larger than probably the current park that's there. There's parking in the stuff back. I know the restrooms downtown were a big deal, and that was one thing that was talked about on the courthouse plaza. Do you think there'd be room for some few small, well-maintained restaurants at that park?
The restroom at Walnut?
Yes. I mean, could you envision that there? I'm just curious.
I think that spatially it's pretty small for that, especially given kind of the big question mark for the long term. And we've talked to the groups and gotten surveys is what's the future of Walnut Park when that walnut tree is no longer in as good a shape as it currently is. And so certainly any actions that were recommended or pulled together for Walnut Park need to take into consideration how fragile that disturbance in that area would make that tree. So, if the vision for a Walnut Park doesn't have a walnut tree in it, then it changes spatially what you could do there.
Yeah, might have to rename it. But yeah, one of the things about the history of that park, and you probably know, when that park was put together, is there was a huge volunteer effort to get it going. And a lot of the stones you see around there actually were fundraising done for that park. So the community was heavily invested at the time that park was built. And I don't remember the year. And so I just would hate to see that community investment and that pride that was there disappear. But anyway, the other park was, if I'm saying this, the old timers, long-term people might kick me if I'm saying Groper Loop Park wrong. If I'm saying the road, is that Groper or Grouper?
Gropper, yeah.
Gropper Loop Park. That when I first realized that was a city park, which was just a little recent times, Actually, I had a 50-some-year resident that told me they didn't even know that was a city park. I was really excited about how much space there was there. So what were your thoughts on that park?
Yeah, so the outreach on that, so again, understanding that this is like a master plan. So
Right.
we couldn't necessarily, we didn't have enough time to then dive into every single spot and get that community feedback. So if we didn't hear it in the survey, so what we heard in the survey was like, whatever you do, have the neighbors on board and make sure that the community is engaged. So what we heard was that this needs its own effort. So we recommend just doing a little master plan just with Cropper Park, engaging the community. Who is excited about what? Is the school want to get involved? There's so many different ideas that could move forward. And we felt, and what we heard is that it's really important for the community to be excited about it and to have their input and their engagement. And that is what will make the park more successful than once whatever is built, because people will want to use it. And so does it have, does it have a garden? Does it have art? Does it have it? You know, there were so many ideas. And so there's a lot of possibilities, but we think it deserves its own. It's such a, as you noted, it's a clean slate. So it would be good to get more specific feedback on that. A lot of people's feedback was, I didn't know that was a park. So it's hard to run with that, right? You know, so yeah.
And I just have one more park and then and a question for Liana. Liana, at one point, I don't know where she went. Okay, well, I'll get back to that question. Liana, at one point I had asked for the surveys that were done in an email a while back, and I guess I never got them, so that's why I'm ignorant of all the surveys that were done on the different that she referred to in their report. You remember that? I mean,
You remember when you sent the email?
I'd have to look, but if I could just get those surveys, that would be great. That they're talking about.
Individual surveys or the results?
Well, I just want to know what the survey was about.
Is it, are you, I guess, are you,
The survey that she's referencing, that they reference in their reports that they did.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The appendix will have all the raw data, all the questions, like, yeah, so even for all the stakeholder interviews, for the online survey. So that'll be for review. Yeah.
That would be fantastic. And just one more thing, and then I'm almost done. Gateway Park. What was your view on Gateway Park? You know, and you did cover it in your report, so I think I know. So maybe we can cut that short. Well, the concern I had when I looked at it on Google Maps was, I mean, I must admit to the city that I had a real concern about maintenance, because here that was a park that was at our gateway and was put in 2000. And if you look at the lawns and stuff, last summer, according to Google Maps, even though there's an irrigation system that wasn't maintained. My concern was, well, I was afraid if we start doing new stuff and we're not doing stuff with our pride and joy now, it just concerned me. And so anyway, that was my only comment on that. You can give your thoughts if you want, but you did cover it in your report.
And yeah, that's definitely something we heard. And so we are trying, so our approach is to definitely include measures of, hey, there may be some standard maintenance, but we want to think about what we might call enhanced maintenance, and how many hours is that, and how could the city plan the more time needed to have that higher level of maintenance. So
well, thank you very much. I'm done with my questions. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks.
Anyone else? All right, well, we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Obviously, you put a lot of effort into this.
Yep, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. So we'll just sign off. I guess let us know if anything else
I
comes
do have
up.
one more question. If I have further questions, can I email you?
So right now, these next 2 weeks is the city review. So Ben, I mean, and I don't want to speak for you, Ben, but
next steps for me, we are doing the city review. So I intend to reach out to all of you specifically on the two bookends of this. So there's the mission and the goals that we want to make sure reflect what you all believe the city should be in the future. What are we moving toward? How should we get there? And then the other bookend of those projects that are identified or prioritized in this, whether you agree with those or whether that's something that's so untenable for you that it's going to come out of the final draft anyway. And so why bother putting that out as part of the public review?
Well, I think, and two, when we sit down and do, our yearly strategic plan and things, that'll be part of that process as well, discussing the plan. So, yeah.
And so I'll do that outreach and then provide one unified set of comments back to the consultants to make it easy for them to quickly turn around, make the edits so that the public has substantial time to review.
And is that the time period when their work will be done? These consultants here, they're helpful. And so their work is almost going to be done pretty quick. Okay, thank you.
Mary.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Mary,
Am I?
Hello?
Mary Repar, yeah.
Oh, okay. We can make comments now. Thank you very much. And thank you, Marina and Chuck, for your presentation. It's good to have all this stuff in one place. One thing, I might be floating around in different topics, but please excuse me. I've been making notes as you've been speaking. Community chat benches is something that would be nice in our community to add those to all these parks. I saw that on a British TV presentation, and they are just benches where it says community chat bench or something like that. And people can sit down and chat with anybody that sits down next to them. And it's to inspire community. One thing about connectivity of Stevenson streets, and it should mesh with our emergency management infrastructure, because that way, if there is a calamity or calamities, which we could have a chemical train spill, for example, or an earthquake or a landslide, everything we do should be to help people get out, because we are basically landlocked here. So that's something to put in the plan. And then to remember that we, the residents, live here. We're not here to provide for somebody else's happiness, like tourists. They come and visit, and then hopefully they go home at some point. Lucy mentioned the Grange. Many years ago, there was a poverty program called Horizons, and we, the community, were vested in it for about 2 years almost. And one of the main results of the program, which was county-wide, was that we needed a community center. And the Grange is 4,000 square feet. I have the engineer's report from 2007 for it if you want to see it. It is a historic building, which would be funded by historic building rehab funds, and it would be 24/7. My main objection to a lot of these projects is they're not 24/7. And the courthouse plaza, for example, you might be able to use it 3 to 4 months out of the year.
Mary, how much do you got left there? Because I think we're veering off of the park plan presentation. So if you've got just another thought or two, so we could let our guests go.
Yes, well, you wanted comments, I'm giving them to you. The toilets issue seems to be a big issue. The county has toilets that could be open 24/7 down at the fairgrounds. And the fairgrounds need to be developed way more. A skate park for young kids would be nice, and other things there. And the port has bathrooms, and the sheriff's bathroom is open 24/7. So there's plenty of bathrooms, and I'm not sure why people need bathrooms. There are restaurants too. I will write the rest of my comments, but the 3.2 million for a 4th ranked project for the plaza, we're already getting 15 million for the sewer plant from the taxpayers of America, and I have sent them my thank you card. We do not need to be using more taxpayer money for things that cannot be used 24/7. And I'll write the rest of these down. But lastly, do not depend on volunteers to do stuff for you. We have a limited community. We're already volunteering up the kazoo, and anything that is built should have a maintenance and operations budget for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Okay.
well, yeah, thank you. We'll leave now. I'll talk to you later.
One question before they go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Marina, as far as the courthouse plaza go, one of the complaints I've heard often is that Stevenson's a drive-by city, that there's a lot of traffic that drives by and doesn't stop. And as far as the courthouse plaza go, did you do any analysis on what the economic impact would be? As to how much tourism would it bring in and increase? Would it have a significant effect on the local economy?
Right. Yeah. I think that would be the kind of analysis that maybe the specific park would do. So again, zooming out just to understand that we are looking at the big picture on what people are asking for. So if people are asking, the reason the courthouse came up in our minds, in whatever shape or form, it fit the ask for a gathering place, the central location, the fact that it had a bathroom proposed, and then the spray park as sort of a play element, and that it had benches and amenities that were park-like, right? So we look at it from almost like a checklist point of view, right? So it meets all the checks of what we're hearing. So that's how a part of how we put it on the plan. So that's a great question. I mean, that goes back, I guess it also goes back to the goals. So what is the goal and the value that the city has? So if the goal is to increase tourism, then that's something that would then be important to understand, right? But if the goal is we need a place for, as Mary mentioned, we want a 24-7, we want a year-round function, then you would ask a different question, right? So we're trying to frame this as, this plan is also almost like a way to think about making those decisions too. And if this is what we're hearing are the goals, then that fits in under one of the goals we heard, right? And so then the city can definitely dive in more, prioritize it, strategize in different ways. There's a lot of different ways to think about it. And Chuck, looks like you want to say something.
Yeah, I would say just building off of that in the context of, the courthouse lawn, this master plan provides recommendations for kind of short-term capital projects, but there will also be a list of planning recommendations. And going back to the example of Gropper Loop Park for a case study, we don't know enough about the community's desires for that space specifically to provide a recommendation on what should go at that park. And we haven't identified partners, whether it's the school or the neighbors right there, that have provided guidance in the past to tell us that it's ready for a short-term 6-year investment. And so our recommendation for Gropper Loop Park is to develop a master plan, which could kind of fold in some of the feasibility analysis, some of the economic analysis, whatever you're kind of looking for in how to prioritize planning work. And so, the recommendation for that is a little bit different than the recommendation for the courthouse lawn, which is a little bit further along in the planning and design process. And so represents more near-term investments that will fold into this process. And so in the context of this master plan, it's like, what are the projects that are have been kind of formalized in some way that are more shovel ready versus what do we need to move forward in terms of information gathering to even know that it should be a project. And so that's kind of where on the spectrum that project lies in the context of all of the projects that we've reviewed during this stakeholder and community engagement process.
Thank you. So there was no really economic analysis. One thing that I would point out is that there's all these benefits to the community, But again, that's a very, very visible area driving through town, and there would be a significant economic impact from that. I would imagine it would be a positive one, on it, that would have an effect on whether this makes economic sense to be able to do. So I would say, I don't know how that would happen, and I don't know if you've had experiences of where you've been a consultant and seen something like this go into a smaller community and seen what the effect, but there has to be a significant effect. And that's not exclusive off to itself, where you take it and say, okay, well, we're only going to look at the effects to the community, to the members of the community. We really need to take a look at all the factors that are involved, because that's how you make an intelligent decision. So that's maybe beyond your scope at this particular time, but definitely we need to have that information.
That's correct. I would say in a typical park master planning process, that economic analysis would not necessarily be involved, but there are certainly many cities that go through that process in the advanced work of developing a master plan to kind of prove that need and that desire from that standpoint. So yeah, certainly not as a part of our project scope, but is not abnormal for cities to kind of undertake an economic analysis in order to justify work.
Great. Thank you for answering the question.
All right. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
One of two.
Great, one of two.
So this is an advertised public hearing. How do you see this going? Do we do presentation and then go to the public, directly into the public hearing? Or is this going to be part of the
Yeah.
public hearing? How do you see this
Presentation and then into the public hearing.
before we open it? Okay. Are our guests ready?
I am ready. 1 second to share my screen here. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So we'll go ahead and just jump right in. Thank you all, council, and all of you for having us here tonight. My name is Brooke Tasha. I'm project manager with FCS Group, and I have Chase Bazette, who's the technical lead on the project, with me here tonight as well. We have been working with the city over the past year. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I was a little worried there for a second. We have been working with the city over the past year or so to develop forecasts for the city's water and sewer utilities, and that's what we're going to be discussing with you this evening. We do have a pretty packed presentation, so we'll be asking for input and guidance on different elements as we move through the discussion. So if there aren't any other comments, we'll just jump right in.
Well, actually, Brooke, on that note, you might want to open up the public hearing now.
Okay.
Then, because there are points we're going to need feedback.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on utility rates and system development charges at 7:18.
Perfect. Oh, goodness. There we go. So first, we're going to give a brief background and a review of the scope of the study and the discussion for this evening. We're then going to walk through an overview of the rate setting process before setting the stage for the study with a review of some of the key assumptions and the fiscal policy targets. And then finally, we're going to walk through the summary of findings for each utility, and we're going to wrap it up with questions and next steps. So in terms of that quick background, as I mentioned earlier, we've been working with city staff over the last year or so, since about late 2022, to collect and validate financial and our detailed customer statistic data to help develop the financial forecast and the rate design options that we're going to talk through tonight. We're going to discuss these components in a bit more detail next, but included tonight will be a review of the overall rate strategies for each utility. For the sewer utility, we're going to take a closer look at equity between our customer classes. And then finally, we're going to provide a couple rate design options for consideration before wrapping up with a review of our updated system development charges. So before we dive into the details of the study, we wanted to review the study process in a bit more detail. Typically, there are three main steps that we work through for a comprehensive rate study. First is the revenue requirement, where we define our overall revenue needs, or how big our revenue pie needs to be over the study period. From there, we can move on to step 2, which is the cost of service analysis. This step doesn't always need to occur, but for some utilities, when there are large infrastructure investments being made, it can be worthwhile to examine equity between our customer classes. Ultimately, it's taking our revenue pie and splitting that up between our customer classes. We're going to be concentrating again just on the sewer utility for that component. And then finally, in step 3, we can look at designing rates to recover the identified revenue, determining how much we recover from our fixed and variable components. Not shown on this overview are SDCs. The final element, again, is to review the updates to those system development charges, ensuring that we're accounting for all of our existing and future asset needs in the charges that are assessed to our newly connecting customers. So when we think about step 1, the revenue requirement, we're aiming to determine the amount of revenue that we need on an annual basis to cover all of our direct costs. So things like operating and maintenance expenses, any debt service, and any future debt service or cash funded capital needs, while we're also ensuring that we can satisfy our indirect costs, or things like our financial targets like reserve balances or debt service coverage ratios. Forecasting our direct and our indirect costs into the future allows us to compare that forecast to our expectation of revenues over that multi-year period to determine whether we need to make adjustments to our rate path. If we do determine that we need to make some adjustments, we can develop a rate plan to help balance those needs while aiming to minimize impacts to our customers to the extent that we can. In step 2, as I mentioned earlier, concentrating on the sewer utility here, we'll be taking our overall revenue pie determined in step 1 and allocating that pie to our customer classes. We utilize measures of usage and demand that are specific to the city's customers, those come from those detailed customer statistics, as well as engineering design criteria and facility requirements that often come from our system planning documents. These allocation factors, they really allow us to first allocate costs to cost pools, and then to further allocate them to customer classes to help answer the question of whether there are cost differences to serve different classes and whether those classes are paying for that allocated cost to serve them. And then finally, in step 3, we can develop rate design options that will recover the necessary revenue that's identified in steps 1 and 2. Since our rates are our primary communication mechanism with our customers, our rate designs, in addition to generating that target revenue, they can help us communicate and meet our policy goals and objectives. Any rate design changes proposed also require a close look at impacts to our customers at various usage levels. So with that rate setting process outlined, we can start to set the framework for the study with a review of our key assumptions and fiscal policies. So anytime we develop a forecast, we need to make some assumptions. For our forecast period, we're looking at the 2024 to 2028 timeframe for rate setting. Financial modeling will look out the full 20 years to make sure we know what's coming up on the horizon. Rate revenues are forecast based on those detailed customer statistics again over the last 3 years or so, with rates applied at 2023 levels. Customer growth of approximately 1% is applied to forecast our revenue into the future. That's roughly 10 to 15 new connections a year. Our expense forecast used that 2023 budget as the baseline and forecasted costs forward with various escalation factors depending on the type of expense. Overall expenses are forecast to increase approximately 3.1% annually. And then finally, any in-process loan draws or recently awarded low interest loans are certainly included in the forecast to ensure that we're recognizing those beneficial interest rates. And I mentioned our indirect costs earlier. Those are our financial policies that really help guide our decision making. We have 3 main policies that we aim to meet throughout the rate setting period here. First is the operating reserve. This reserve is in place to weather the cash flow fluctuations throughout the year as expenses come in at a different pace than revenues do in some cases. For water, which typically has a more volatile revenue stream with seasonality, we do aim to have between 60 and 90 days of O&M expenses on hand each year. And for sewer, a slightly lower target of 45 to 60 days of O&M expenses. For a capital reserve, we want to have a balance on hand to be prepared for emergency repairs or cost overruns, which for each utility will be the greater of either 100,000 or 1% of utility assets. Sewer is over that $100,000 mark, so targeting an average of about $265,000 annually, and water averages just slightly above that $100,000 mark at about $115,000 across our study period. And then finally, if there are to be any new revenue bond issuances in the future, we would aim to make sure that we had at least a 1.25 coverage ratio based on bond covenant requirements. So now, after outlining the initial assumptions and our fiscal policies, we can start to review the findings on water and prepare to gather feedback on these findings as well. So first, we're going to take a look at the existing obligations of the water utility. The gray bars are identifying the forecasted operating and maintenance expenses. Those increase over time with inflation from $880,000 in 2023 to $1 million by 2028. In addition to O&M expenses, the utility has 2 existing debt obligations that add $61,000 in annual obligations from 2023 to 2026 before the water system upgrades loan is repaid in 2027, where debt service drops to $37,000 annually in the last 2 years of the forecast. So in addition to our operating costs, we also have to consider our future capital costs. And so here we'll take a look at capital funding strategy for the water utility from 2023 to 2033. We have a total of about $14.5 million in capital projects identified. Only about 30% of that total is projected during the 5-year rate setting period. And within that near term, about 55% of that capital is forecasted to come from debt, 30% of which is a Public Works Trust Fund loan. The remaining 45% will come from cash and system development revenues. I think this strategy kind of illustrates the importance of looking out past our near-term 5-year window to recognize our future project needs, allowing us to begin setting our rates now in preparation for that future need. So here we're going to bring together all financial obligations of the utility and compare those to rates at their current levels. So again, here the gray bars are representing those O&M expenses. When layering onto that in that pink bar are existing debt obligations. Now we've included the new debt to fund our capital plan in that yellow bar there, starting 2024 at about $37,000 annually, increasing to $146,000 by 2028. Also included in the green bar is an increasing amount of cash available for capital. So this component will allow us to build capacity in our rates in preparation for infrastructure investments from 2029 forward. When we're comparing our obligations in the bars here to our existing revenues, shown by the solid black line, we can see that while we're meeting obligations currently, if no rate changes are made, we would start to fall deficient in 2024, unable to cover those new debt obligations. That deficiency would grow into the future as expenses increase, and we're aiming to build capacity for future capital now. So in order to correct that deficiency, we would be looking at 7% annual rate increases from 2024 through 2028. This strategy allows for completion of the near-term capital plan. It builds that capacity for future capital needs, and it does meet the operating and capital reserve targets that we discussed earlier. So this is really step 1 for the water utility, identifying how big we need our revenue pie to be. Overall revenue increase needs are forecast at 7% annually. In the next step, we're going to work through rate design to see how changes there might impact the increases that we see to individual customers. So before we talk about changes to the water rate structure, I think it's good to get a quick reminder of the way that we're currently charging customers. All customers of the water utility pay a fixed charge based on their meter size, and customers with a larger meter size pay a higher fixed charge per month. All customers also pay for their usage through a variable charge. However, there is an allowance of 400 cubic feet of usage that currently for most classes. All of that usage is charged at a uniform charge above that allowance. So in this first graph, we really wanted to try to orient you to the structure as we show the impacts of an across the board rate increase. So in this scenario, no rate design changes are proposed yet, and the increase of 7% is just applied to the fixed and the variable components equally. So here you'll see the blue dotted line representing the 2024 rates, and the users at all levels would see that same 7% increase. You can see the dollar impacts to the single family customer in the bar graph on the right, showing the difference between the black and blue line on the graph. So here you'll see the same dollar impact for a customer that uses anywhere within that allowance range of 0 to 400 cubic feet, with increasing dollar impacts as customers use more water. Finally, the number of bills impacted are shown by the green bars behind the line graphs, and it really kind of showing that the majority of bills are occurring within that 0 to 600 cubic feet window. Tonight, we do have a couple rate designs to consider for the water utility. In the first scenario, we look at removing the full 400 cubic foot allowance and restructuring rates to generate our needed revenue. This modification, it would have some advantages by allowing users more control over their bills, but we will see varying impacts to our customers depending on their usage levels. Customers who are lower users using under the 400 cubic foot mark will start to get charged for usage that they were not previously billed for. And charging for all usage does mean that there could be a little more volatility in our revenue stream as more of our overall revenues dependent on usage rates. In our second scenario, similarly, we'll reduce the allowance, but here we're proposing to cut that allowance in half to 200 cubic feet. This option attempts to find that balance between the existing 400 cubic feet allowance and removing it entirely. It still does give customers more control over their bill, but eases the impacts to our lower users. So now we'll review a similar graph showing impacts from scenario 1. So for a first rate design scenario, again, where the full allowance is removed, we'd still see our fixed fee increase by the system average 7%. But the usage charge would decrease because we're now charging for more usage. Impacts to our customers can be more volatile from this change initially, depending on their usage levels. So if you look to the right here, you'll now see that users who fall into that 0 to 400 cubic feet range will see impacts of approximately $1,500 or $15 a month, at their highest point. So that'd be for a 400 cubic foot user. Dollar impacts usually decline as you move here into the higher usage levels, and we can see that on the graph. Noted in the orange box again here, you can see that about 43% of bills fall within that 300 to 700 cubic foot range. Looking at option 2, where we'd remove half the allowance, reducing it to 200 cubic feet, we would see a similar impact to our lower users, but not at the same level. So now we see users from 0 to 200 with the same dollar impacts as the across the board increase. Users begin to see the impact at the 300 cubic foot level with that largest impact again, still kind of being that 400 foot level at about $10.60 per month at its highest point. So in summary, we've shown the 3 rate design options here for comparison purposes. Highlighted is usage at the 750 cubic foot level. Depending on whether in any given year, system averages range from about 650 to 750 cubic feet. You can see usage average statistics for a single family class shown here, about 470 cubic feet in the winter, increasing to 960 in the summer. So if for a user that's at that 750 cubic foot level, the across the board impact would be a $3.99 change per month. Whereas if the full allowance were removed, this user could see an impact of $10.14 per month and $8.14 per month with half the allowance removed. So finally, here's showing a comparison of neighboring jurisdictions. I always have to mention with these comparables that they're a bit apples to oranges. Each utility is unique. They have their own infrastructure and geographical requirements. We also might not have insight into how well each of the jurisdictions are maintaining their system. So that being said, we know it is information that everybody wants to see nonetheless. Stevenson falls right about the middle of the pack here in 2023. Based on the 7% increase, we would expect our rates to increase above Soap Lake. However, regardless of the rate design scenario that's desired here, rates would remain below Bingen for 2024. We did provide some data on these utilities of similar size here, just notated by the asterisks. We do also know that INEAD and Soap Lake have recently completed rate studies that have them on a multi-year path of rate increases as well. So we should expect those rates to continue to increase and likely others on this list as well. So to wrap up our discussion of the water utility, we are looking at revenue increases of 7% annually from 2024 to 2028 to allow for capital infrastructure investment. In terms of rate design, we are looking for input and guidance on the scenarios for consideration tonight. So are we looking to apply the needed revenue adjustments across the board or make some modifications to our structure to either fully or partially remove the 400 cubic foot allowance? Or perhaps there are other options that council would like to explore. I'm happy to pause here for a second, or I can keep going.
So rather than jumping now into sewer, I think we wanted to stick with water to see if you would be able to provide some feedback and direction on some of the rate designs before we change topics.
Brooke, did you run a scenario where we didn't change the usage allowance?
That was the across the board. So this across the board here would just apply the 7% to each component equally.
Okay.
Yeah. So everyone would see a 7% increase. Of course, the dollar amount depends on your overall bill to begin with.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons that we presented or explored the idea of changing the baked in rate is that we do have some residents that either leave town or extended hospital stays, and they're paying for water that they're not even around to use. So trying to accommodate ratepayers that don't need that 400 cubic feet. So that's why this, at least it was explored to see if it would make sense to decrease that amount or eliminate it altogether.
Well, it seems to me like if you eliminate it, it's actually costing those ratepayers more.
Wouldn't be if they weren't using the water.
If they weren't using the water, but if they're using the water.
If your rates, if you fluctuate enough, then, I mean, when you use the more, obviously you would pay more, but when you use none for 3 months or what have you, then you wouldn't be paying the base rate still. So, I mean, it is. And then,
do we have any idea how many we're talking about in the city?
On the slide, yes.
Yeah. So, sorry, there you go. So 43% of our bills fall between 300 and 700 cubic feet.
Right. And that's just, again, that's average for the year. So.
Got one question, if I can.
We're not in public comment.
Well, but we're
we
in
opened
public
it. We
hearing.
opened public hearing.
Okay.
So it's.
We haven't opened a public hearing yet.
Yeah,
we
Scott,
opened. Yeah.
to get feedback. So.
Yes, he did. At the beginning, they changed it. So it got opened.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it was
So,
easy to miss.
may I ask a question?
Go for it. You need to make sure you introduce yourself
Oh,
the notes.
Hi, Brooke. I'm Rick May. I'm a member of the audience.
From
I'm
Stevenson, Washington.
Oh, yeah, I live in Stevenson, Washington.
All right, Ray, come to the front, raise your right hand.
I finally swore I live. Back a couple of presentations, there was rates, and it looked like that it actually, the amount that was going to be paid as you get substantially up in the amount of usage actually went down. Am I mistaken?
No,
So basically, people that use a significant amount of water will pay less than they are right now. Is that correct?
That is true. This scenario, the fully removed allowance, you can see at that very end point, we do see a decrease to bills. We are dropping the per CF rate here because we are charging for more usage, But those customers that are using a large amount of water, you know, the fixed component doesn't make up a huge portion of their bill. So they would actually see a decrease. Now, any rate design change is a one-time change. So this sort of impact would happen in the year the rate design change was made. And then going forward, we would see across the board increases happen.
Yeah, and equal cost, the 7% increase.
Right.
going on
Yeah.
there.
So it's a
But-
one-time pain ultimately that then is kind of corrected in the future.
And my question to the city council is that do we not, or do we want to, in the rates, have something where the more usage you do as a residential user, the more you pay, instead of having basically where, at least for year one, it's a decrease, and everybody gets the 7%. So it's a decrease no matter what. As compared to everybody else, it is a decrease as you get into the upper echelons of cubic feet of usage of water. So, you know, I'm just wondering whether, since we want to economize and we want people not to use a significant amount of water, if that's a wise thing to do.
One thing that can be happened in future phases, depending on how this goes, is you can introduce tiers.
Yes.
So if you use from, which is kind of how our current system is, so, you know, 0 to 400 is one tier, and then over 400 is another tier. You can have up to 400 cubic feet being one tier, up to 800 being another tier, and higher than that is another tier. And at each tier, the rate per cubic foot increases to help encourage conservation. So, but that's, we're not considering this now, but.
Interesting. Not considering conservation on your rates now. Is that what I'm hearing?
We're not considering additional changes to the rate structure at this time.
Which means you're not considering conservation.
We currently have 2 steps for conservation that are presented. One is the current one that we have, which is anything over 400 you pay for. Another proposal is anything over 200 you pay for. And the third one is anything you use, you pay for.
Which would encourage conservation in theory all around. Now, the reason that it looks like it's really helping the big users is because of the drop in how much per cubic foot that you're using.
Yeah,
so
I understand the reason why.
It's not that it's
why we don't put a tier in.
Ben,
Yeah,
do you have
tier.
a comment?
I did. I want to express sympathy for you all of staring at this stuff and trying to understand and represent your citizens on the fly. It's not easy. I wanted to help. I've had to make ways to make it easy for me to understand because I don't understand it. So if you're looking at 3 knobs that we can turn when it comes to rates and meeting those revenue expectations. And so just looking at the black line on this, knob number 1, knob number 1 and number 2 are that horizontal portion of the black line. And so where you set that base rate is one of those knobs to help meet that revenue requirement.
Okay, can you explain on that graph? Say that, what knob are you talking about? Be more specifically.
The horizontal black line.
Okay.
And so that's one where you set that as the base that everyone is going to pay.
So whether you're using 200 or whether you're using 400 or 0, everything.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay. And then that leads directly into that second knob is how long that horizontal line is. You've got in the black line, it's 400, which is what it currently is. This scenario that's presented to you is 0. And then the third knob is how steeply that increases once you get past the horizontal. Right. So you can turn all of those to make sure that you're meeting your revenue requirement.
Right.
And the blue line should be our revenue requirement.
The
The
I haven't
blue-
found a way
the
to
blue
figure that
line-
part out, so I'm not going to comment.
The blue line meets the 7% needs.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the 7% line.
Right, it's spread across the customer base.
Right.
And
that's our target.
So I think what we'd
In
be
theory.
hoping
in theory, yeah.
to hear from you all and from the public as we move forward is which of those knobs should be turned, which should be turned the hardest. Also listening to things like what Rick is saying. So is water use efficiency something that's a real priority? Staff, go work with the consultant here to show us a rate structure that really
pushes people to try and get the
Pushes.
usage down
Or whatever.
or conserve it, whatever it is, whatever
The other
that, yeah.
types of things. And we'll try to, we'll
Right.
try to translate that, like water use efficiency is
Mhm.
the term that the consultants then.
Sure.
And Brooke, is this a thought process that some municipalities use in, say, drought areas, like in Arizona or California, where they're trying to encourage people to conserve?
In terms of tiered residential rates?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's even outside of, all across Washington, it's used a lot. Certainly in Western Washington, we have a ton of, tiered rate designs for residential classes. It's really the only class that you can really apply a meaningful tier structure to, because they use homogeneously, right? They're all single family houses. We don't have a bunch of commercial buildings thrown in there, right? So that is where tiered structures are the most beneficial, utilizing our communication through those rates, right? To say, hey, once you get past this point, you're going to get into the discretionary usage point where we're going to start charging you more. So a lot of utilities are starting to move that way, if they want to start to try to change customer behavior around usage levels. Outside of even the Arizona, things get much more intense in Arizona with the drought surcharges and all that.
Right.
But absolutely, it's fairly common.
Before we go to public, that's a comment or a question.
I have a few clarification things. Ms. Tasha, thank you for your time, and thank you for your time on the phone earlier today. I just have a couple of quick questions. I'm curious when this data was given to the city, this report that you have here that we just saw.
Yeah, so we went back and forth beginning of this week with some edits. And so, I mean, I honestly was tweaking it probably in the last day or so, but within the last couple of days, we've kind of.
Okay, so a couple of days ago, maybe some of it.
Draft.
Also, you seem like you're pretty intelligent. What's your degree in? Is it in economics or business or what?
It is an economics degree. And
Okay.
thank you.
Yes. No, I could tell that you had studied economics because I studied economics at Portland State, and I have a degree in business at Portland State. And I can tell you that these graphs, especially, I bet when you studied at night, when you got your degree, and even now, when you were fresh, you could understand all this better, right? Because when you get tired, it all becomes a blur. And did you ever study in college where you think, I just need to go to sleep? And then in the morning, you could study and your study time was productive, right? Okay, well, it's the same with us here. And if I have a degree in business, and none of this stuff is really intimidating to me, if I have a hard time digesting it because I'm tired and I listened to several other reports already, then I really question whether people that have less experience with me in these graphs, maybe some of my fellow council people, or even the citizens I represent, would understand what they're looking at here. And that is why I probably proposed at the beginning of this, because this is the first time I've seen some of this stuff. And sure, it's easy to understand when we study it. Now, and Ben here got it. He had the 3 knob theories. And that's because Ben's been working with this stuff for a long time before I saw it. So in other words, these are difficult concepts. Have you, and I got a couple more questions, and I'm going to be quiet for now, unfortunately. But that was a bad joke. But do you ever just sleep on something and then things become a lot more clear to you?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So, and that's true for me too. So when I am asked to give input, when I just got this information and it affects the direction of the town that I love and the citizens that I represent, some who are very poor and they're not as lucky as maybe others, it really scares me. And I don't want to do that. So that's how come I really don't want to give you direction on this tonight as 1 out of 5. Now, of course, the other 4 can say that we listen to you and we don't care about that. And we're going to give you direction. But I really feel uncomfortable as giving you direction. So that is why I would like to delay giving you direction. And I hope my fellow council people will not. And that's one reason I asked that this hearing be delayed, but we're going to do the hearing and we're going to have a caveat. Sounds like we got future opportunities to really get into this. And then so I've made that point pretty clearly, and it sounds like you agree with most of it. The other thing is, when you said apples to oranges between the different entities, I think I know what you meant, but I'm not quite sure. Could you briefly tell me what why it was apples to oranges with the different entities in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I mean, certain of these on the list are a different size. They might just have economies of scale over Stevenson in general. We also don't know, what sort of infrastructure that they are requiring in their community. They could require, certain treatment elements. They might get their water from a different place. All of those kind of play in ultimately to their overall rates. They might have, geographical pumping requirements that they have to work through that just aren't the same utility to utility. And then at the end of the day, I mean, if we've worked with someone recently and we've developed a good plan for them, we could probably say they're being prudent about their decisions. But we can't always say that. We don't necessarily know if a low rate is reflective of really good financial management or if it's reflective of kicking the can down the road. So
and then the 7% cost of living expense. Okay, did you explain how you came up with that 7%? I don't remember. And also, did you compare that? Maybe, I guess it would be impossible to know expected or consumer price index in the future. So that'd be real crystal ball. But so anyway, can you comment on the 7% again? And you perhaps you explained it and I missed it.
Yeah, I mean, we use the building blocks here to build up our operational forecast and our existing obligations. And to that existing forecast, we then layer on our capital funding plan.
Okay, I'm remembering some of that now.
Okay, so that's really where the layered on effect of bringing together our operational plan together with our capital funding plan is where we then can compare what we see as our future obligations to our existing rate path to determine how we might need to correct that going forward.
And a temptation, I want to make one comment. It can be pretty tempting to think, oh, we're not dealing with very big dollar amounts here. Who cares? Whatever. But yet we are getting into the sewer costs, which are substantially higher. And I come from the theory that, in other words, we got to watch our pennies too. So I'm going to treat this, even though you could argue, well, you're kicking the can down the road, like to the next month, making some decisions. In other words, I'm going to give that the same intensity as I do the same dollar amounts in terms of knowing what I'm doing.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions on this. And I appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Any others before we move on to sewer?
Yeah. Did you see that?
Kent, you should be able to talk.
Gotta unmute yourself.
The trick.
I don't know if he knows.
Oh no, I was so can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just really curious about if we were going to move to the sewer part because I really feel like that the water usage in our area has not been an issue. It's been more about the sewer. I think we all believe that the more water that we use, the more we should have to pay for. That's my comment.
Yeah, we were just breaking it up, Kent, just getting comment and kind of clarification on the water before we move to the sewer, so we wouldn't have to come back and try and remember what it was that we wanted to respond to about the water later on.
Okay. Thank you.
The next part will be the sewer. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Ready to move on here?
One second.
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, Mary.
Thank you. Water, sewer, it doesn't matter. We're paying $1,842 per year now for water and sewer, and it's putting an impact on people's pocketbooks. So water, sewer, it doesn't matter. And the 400 to 200 usage, well, where's 300? Give us an estimate for 300. The findings have been that if you raise the water rates, people will conserve and you will make less money, which is called revenue here in this discussion. So, it's time to start thinking about how you're impacting the population here. And one thing, Ben, if he could answer, how many connections do we have to the water that we're allowed under the Department of Ecology? I believe it's 1,400. We have somewhere near 700 connections. So what happens when you reach the end of your connections to water rates? And yes, your water treatment plant will need to be upgraded to the tune of $14.5 million, if I read that correctly. And that's never going to be paid by the ratepayers of Stevenson, just like the sewer plant isn't going to be paid for. So you can raise the rates to $1,500 a month, and we still won't be paying for it. So I think we need to take a look at water is a commons. It is our resource, and we, the citizens, should be deciding how much we're paying. I don't mind paying for water and water usage, but I don't want to be paying for somebody else's water usage. And it's becoming a drag on our economy, actually. This is a very frustrating issue, and I appreciate you all doing this for us, because I'm learning a lot. But how are we? I know we're not in comparison with others, we're not paying that much for water. And I agree, we should pay for what we use. However, you don't want people to conserve way more that they're not paying anything. What if somebody builds a big thing in their backyard and they can conserve their rainwater, and then they won't have to depend on the infrastructure? So yeah, I'm very frustrated with this whole issue, and I think you can hear that in my comments. And my last comment is snowbirds need to be paying the base rate no matter where they are. A house is a house is a house. And even if no one lives in it, it should be paying for the privilege of being in our community. Thank you.
So I guess, is there any of those that are completely out? Or is there anything else that we need to add to what we're looking at for water?
Well, I think you still have scenario 3, which is you still have what we're doing right now.
So just across the board,
Just
7%,
across the
right?
board,
That's the
7%.
across the board.
Yep.
Right.
And then you have scenario
Which is
one. And
which
then,
is the very first.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Scenario 1 and 2 would be changes to
Changes,
current
Correct.
models.
Right.
So that we don't have to necessarily create something for that. That's just
Well,
right.
I think this gives us something to start.
And is there anything else we need to be exploring?
There's probably only so many options.
right. I mean, the
You
only
know,
other option. that
Oh, there are.
the
Well,
only other
I
option
mean,
that I mean, another option would be some kind of tiered pricing. I mean, that is something we could look at. I'm not saying that, I don't know how much that goes in, and we obviously got people who would support that idea. And I'm not necessarily against that idea, but you also have to think about on that side, the business aspect. If we have businesses here that water is how they make what they do, then if you start changing that around to where that's, if they're on an upper tier and all of a sudden they have to pay way, like, outrageously more than they're paying, then it would be a negative impact for even restaurants and different things like that would be, could be
So there's
severely.
a way to work on that as well. It's not just a straight, 400 and then you're charged everything. It could be based on your meter size, you get a certain tier, and then your
Gotcha.
tier changes
Sure.
differently than a 3/4 inch. I mean, again,
I'm
there's
not
so
trying
many
to
different
cause
ways you could, right.
more work.
split
I just
this.
think that is something that maybe we.
I guess, is there any more information that you need in preparation for the meeting next week on this?
I don't have.
that you would like to look at? Okay.
I don't. This is a lot of data. So.
No, and I agree with the gentleman that about how the sewer thing is going to be probably the biggest thing, and we could get to that. So, but you know, because that'll impact. I mean, it is one bill. So, but I think giving time until next week for this to gel, I don't think we're hurt by that, right? Okay, okay, that's good.
That, yeah, it was already
Lucy,
planned.
you got anything?
I think you guys said.
Okay.
Okay, Brooke.
All right.
Ready to go.
Yeah, thank you for that discussion. So we can move on now to take a look at the findings for the sewer utility. So first, we wanted to just show a bit of history around the sewer rate increases. So we really know that this utility has seen more volatile increases over the last few years as our treatment infrastructure is invested in. But I think we can tell a good story with this graph here. So first of all, notice that stagnant line for many years from 2004 to 2017. There were a few minor increases, but for many years, rates were held flat. When the initial rate path was developed to fund the investments in sewer treatment in the 2017-2018 timeframe, you can see the rate strategy forecast at that time, noted by that tan line. That initial rate plan forecasted a single family bill of $160.41 in 2023, increasing to just shy of $200 a month by 2026. Since that time, staff has worked very hard to change the trajectory of this line by seeking out grants and low interest loan opportunities really at every corner. That diligence has paid off. We now see bills almost $44 lower in 2023 than was previously forecast, and we'll likely continue to change that trajectory as we discuss our updated revenue requirements tonight. So this graph is going to look pretty similar to what we looked at for water, but it's now representing our current obligations of the sewer utility. O&M expenses, again, are shown by the dark gray bars starting 2023 at 1.2 million and growing to 1.4 by 2028. Existing debt service is made up of the sewer outfall loan and the wastewater treatment plant design loan, adding 75,000 to our sewer obligations in 2023 and 24. What we've been preparing for, though, over the last few years are the USDA and the DOE debt service payments planned to begin here in 2025, which will increase debt service obligations to $475,000 annually from 2025 through 2028, and of course, likely further into the forecast. In addition to those existing obligations, again, we're going to review the capital funding strategy for the sewer utility. Unlike water, our capital infrastructure plan here is much more front-loaded, with 95% of the total $16.4 million in project costs within the rate-setting time period. So to fund that near-term capital investment, the city's been successful in securing 60% funding through low-interest loans, which is ideal in our current interest rate environment. And even better, 32% of infrastructure investments come from grant funding, one of the lowest cost funding mechanisms available to cities. I really don't usually see a pie slice that large for either of those components. So I think it does speak to city staff's drive to lower costs for utility customers when faced with those large needs. Just like we did for water too, we're going to bring those components together. So the elements of operating and our capital funding forecast are shown here. Again, gray bars represent those O&M expenses. Layered onto that in the purple bar, we're showing our current debt obligations, followed by cash available for capital in the green bar. This kind of shows us building up capacity for the low interest debt obligations that begin in 2025 when we see that purple bar increase. And finally, we have new debt obligations that will add $40,000 in additional obligations in 2025, increasing to about $104,000 in 2027. Comparing our total obligations also to our existing revenues here, again, shown by that solid black line. We do see that we're meeting obligations in 2023, but in order to be ready for that increase in debt service in 2025, we are forecasting the need for 2 years of 10% annual rate increases, followed by 3.5% in 2026 and 27, decreasing to 3% in 2028. So looking at an average residential bill of $116.46 currently, 10% rate increases in 2024 and 25 would impact a customer by between $11.65 to $12.81 per month. From 26 through 2028, when increases drop to more inflationary levels, we'd see impacts ranging from about $4.53 to $5.10 per month. One more time, because it's a good story. The 2019 rate study update was forecasting rates again at about $200 a month. But today, and our forecast is showing us over $51 lower than that in 2026. So now before we wrap up the overall revenue requirement discussion for the sewer utility, we did just want to touch on a couple future scenarios that revolve around the extension of our sewer collection lines to areas that aren't currently served by the city right now. We looked at two options. Scenario one, where existing ratepayers would fund the capital cost of extensions, and scenario two, where developers fund that infrastructure cost. Additionally, for these scenarios here, we did assume that all identified customers will connect to sewer when it's available. That might be a lofty one. And then also that the city will waive our system development charges as a way to incentivize those connections. In each case, when we see new connections, we're going to see them forecast to begin in 2027 and more connections occurring every other year until 2037 for a total of 120 new connections. You'll also see the associated costs below that in escalated dollars. Those are aligned with each of the new groups of connections and total $17.8 million across this 11-year timeframe. When we compare, though, each of the scenarios to our baseline scenario, what we see is that if the city ratepayers were to fund the extensions, we'll need to bump up rates beginning in 2026 by an additional 1% to about 4.5%. And the same for 2027. After that, we could expect about 1.5% higher rates than the baseline scenario. So holding maybe 4.5% through 2037. If we look at scenario two, where developers fund the capital investments, we do see a bit of a benefit compared to our baseline forecast in 2026 and 27, dropping that forecast 0.5% to 3% annually. Right now, our capital plan does not extend past 2029, so it is important to recognize here that there will likely be other capital costs in that time frame that would need to be understood really before that long-term rate strategy could paint the full picture. But the main takeaway here is that if city ratepayers were to fund the extensions, there will likely be rate impacts above that baseline forecast by 1 to 1.5%. Okay. So now we can move on to our second step for the sewer utility. This is the cost of service. So in this step, again, we're going to take that overall revenue requirement that we determined in step one and first break it up into cost pools. So for sewer, we separate costs into customer costs, collection costs, and treatment related costs based on the type of expense. And we're going to talk about more of those, each of those functions in a minute. Once we allocate cost to those cost pools, we can then utilize our detailed customer statistics to develop allocation factors based on class specific measures like number of accounts, overall flow, and concentration of that flow, so that we can allocate our cost to customer classes in step three based on those factors. Ultimately, comparing our allocated cost to our existing revenue generation by class, it allows us to determine whether that revenue generation is in alignment with our cost allocations or whether there might be some shifts warranted there. So here as a reminder for the sewer utility, there are currently 3 main classes: single family, multifamily, and commercial, with commercial having subclasses that reflect the concentration of the wastewater that the city's system needs to treat. So single family, multifamily, and commercial low all have what is considered to be domestic strength levels, so similar to a single family home. For commercial low, those are things like general retail, office buildings, public facilities. As we step up through our medium, high, and very high, these are customers that have increasingly concentrated effluent, in particular BOD, so biochemical oxygen demand is what that means. And that's what the city's system ultimately has to remove. So schools and laundromats fall into the medium category. A number of food service establishments like restaurants and bakeries fall into the high category. And finally, very high is made up of more industrial type users and breweries. So as I mentioned earlier, we allocate utility cost to cost pools. First, we have our customer costs. That's the dark gray slice here on the pie, and it's the smallest slice at about 7.4%. These are costs like administrative overhead, billing, customer service, costs that don't change depending on the type or overall use of a customer. Next, we have things like our collection costs. These are costs related to maintaining collection lines, pumping infrastructure throughout the city. And is represented by that light green slice, about 15.7%. Following that, we have the flow component of our treatment costs. These are costs relating to just treating overall flow at the treatment plant, represented by the pink slice at 25.7%. And then finally, we have our largest component, treatment for BOD or strength. These are costs that are incurred for treating the BOD constituent in wastewater. So this pie slice, the yellow one on the pie graph, makes up 41.2% of sewer utility costs. So in our second step here, we can look at allocation factors that are used to allocate those cost pools to customer classes. The graph on the top left is going to show the customer component. So costs here will be allocated based on the number of accounts. Single family makes up 80% of sewer accounts, shown by that large dark gray component there. As we shift to the top right graph, we start to see our proportions change. When looking at overall flow levels, we see that while multifamily only makes up about 3% of accounts, they make up 40% of sewer flow. Overall flow levels are used to allocate both costs for collection and the treatment flow components. We start to see another big shift when we look at treatment and the BOD contributions in the bottom right corner. So here, while commercial high and very high, those are the green and the teal colors on the graph, they have less than 4% of accounts, only 9% of sewer flow, but they contribute 38% of the BOD that needs to be treated at the plant. And if you recall from the previous slide, that cost pool makes up over 50% of utility costs. So here in our final step, we'll compare our forecasted revenues under our current rates during our test year 2025 to our allocated cost to serve each customer class. Typically, because costs fluctuate each year, we would consider, plus or minus 5% to be within cost of service. But what we see in our results here are some more notable differences. Single family, multifamily, and commercial low are all paying more than their allocated share of costs. Commercial medium is considered within cost of service, while commercial high and very high are paying less than their allocated share of costs. So if we were to correct for a difference like this all at once, we would see commercial high rates increasing by 200%, with very high increasing by 557%. That would likely not be a very popular strategy. So when we see results like this, if there's a desire to correct for these differences, and again, they don't have to be corrected for, but if there's a desire to move in that direction, we would propose a phase-in plan to start kind of slowly chipping away and making progress. So in this next slide, we've provided an example of what that could look like. So recognizing our proposed rate path of 10% in 24 and 25, followed by more inflationary impacts, our constraint in this scenario is not to exceed twice the overall system increase. So for our high and very high classes, we would see 20% rate increases for 2 years, followed by 7s and 6s in 2028. We would see slightly lower rates for single family, multifamily, and commercial low, so lower than the average rate increase for the system. This is just, again, one way to start transitioning towards cost of service through a phase-in plan, if that is a direction that the city wants to go. This does make small progress towards cost of service, those targets that we talked about, but in no way really does this close the gap in the 5-year timeframe. But it's baby steps in that direction. So finally, for sewer, we're going to discuss the last rate study portion, the rate design component. But first, again, a quick reminder of our existing rate structure for sewer. Single family and multifamily have fixed monthly charges, so there's no usage component associated with those. Non-residential customers also have a fixed charge that scales based on water meter size. but all non-residential customers pay for a flow charge for all flow above a 400 cubic foot allowance. So pretty similar to water there. Commercial subclasses of medium, high, and super high also have increasing BOD charges, reflecting the more concentrated flow that comes from those classes. Also, again, keeping consistent with water, we're going to try to look at the across the board impact graph here, and then we're going to follow up with those same two scenarios in alignment with water, the first being full removal of the allowance and the second being half removal. Again, in this across the board graphic, we're also concentrating on the commercial low class, as there are no usage components to the residential or the multifamily classes like we mentioned. Similarly, here in our across the board graphic, we'll see rates increasing by 10% for all usage levels shown by that blue dotted line. The bar graph to the right shows increasing dollar amounts with more usage. A customer using under 400 cubic feet would see an increase of $11.65 there. In this first scenario, again, where the full allowance is removed, we see a larger gap between the black and the blue lines on this graph. The monthly bill increase is largest for users at the 400 cubic foot level, where impacts would be about $30 a month. And with impacts ranging from 20 to 25 month when usage is in that 200 to 300 cubic foot range. You can also see here that 46% of bills in this class have between 100 and 500 cubic feet of usage.
Brooke, I have a question. This is Dave Cox. So in the summertime, when you're watering your lawn or whatever, or using more water, then you're still paying what, almost 6 cents per cubic foot to do that.
This is commercial.
Oh, this is commercial?
Commercial, yep.
Okay.
So it's that big lawn of yours, Dave.
my 2.5 lots is commercial.
So
I know
typically
you're
something
selling
like-
sod.
Right, so an example commercial customer would be the jail. And the meter that goes to the courthouse lawn, there's a sub meter for it so that it's not charged sewer for what they use to water the lawn, to irrigate the lawn.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So what about like a church or something like that?
A church is the one church that does a lot of irrigation has irrigation meters. So they're not charged sewer. Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, oftentimes we see commercial buildings or customers, if they are doing a lot of outdoor watering, signing up for a meter just for that reason.
Okay.
Okay. So in the second scenario shown here, we would remove half the allowance to help mitigate the impacts to some of the lower users. We would see that $11.65 monthly impact extend now to the 200 cubic foot level before increasing for usage above that point. So still impacted the most would be users at that 400 cubic foot range, seeing a bill increase of $22.45 per month, but that would be down from $30 per month in the previous scenario. So again, we did bring the results together in summary here across multiple usage levels. Since there are many different types of customers that fall into commercial low category, we did pull statistics from City Hall to just give you an idea of the impact to an average customer, depending on the season. We would see steady increases here with the across the board option. In either redesigned scenario, we would see higher increases for users within the current allowance range and extending beyond that range until you get to about 1,500 cubic feet. And that's when the redesign rate scenarios become more favorable than across the board, although they are still increasing. And then again, for the sewer utility, any rate redesign option will affect the non-residential classes only, as the residential multifamily charges do not have usage components.
And that summer for City Hall, that's us watering our lawn and irrigating plants out front,
Okay.
and it only kicks us up. We don't have a separate.
So finally, for the sewer utility, we'll look at a bill comparison for the single family bill here. So we would see that bill increase by 10% in 2024 to $128.11, regardless of any rate design changes that are made. That would still keep the monthly bills below North Bend. As I mentioned as well, for the water utility, Soap Lake and Iniat have also both recently had rate studies performed, so we would expect annual rate increases there as well, and certainly likely from others too. So here again in summary and seeking some direction ultimately for sewer, we are looking at 10% annual rate increases for 24 and 25, dropping down to more inflationary levels after that. A reevaluation of the rate strategy could occur in 2026, depending on the septic to sewer decisions. In terms of the cost of service analysis, is there any interest from council to start phasing in cost of service adjustments? If so, do we want to look at a different phasing duration or constraints than we talked about this evening? Or do we want to apply the rate increases across the board and revisit cost of service discussions in the future? For rate design, again, in addition to showing that across the board rate increase, which would be no rate design changes. We also explored two scenarios similar to water, one removing the full 400 cubic foot allowance and one removing half the allowance. So the question being there, of course, is there a preferred scenario or other options? And I can stop here again if desired, but this is the last sewer slide before we jump into system development charges.
You ask questions now, or I can save them. It's up to you. Okay. Listen, I think you covered this, but the sewer line extensions. Okay. When do these costs include your anticipated sewer line extensions or not?
So this
No, there was, so the status quo rate plan that we have there was what they looked at, and it's the 10, 10, 3.5, 3.5, 3.
So this is before we get into even
This
extending.
is right. So, but as part of the committee process, they wanted to know what that impact would be, and that's what the impact is.
Okay, but that impact, so that's based on what? If we extended all the sewer lines?
If the city paid 100% for all of those.
And extended it all, because I'm curious, if it's been thought of, what about going, if this would impact those numbers? If we went a little slower on the sewer line extensions and we just extended them as we got grants. In other words, we went status quo in the sewer system and we thought, okay, we're going to push for grants. We're going to try as hard as we can to get the money for each sewer line system and just go small bite-sized pieces as we extend it. And then maybe we spend 20 years building out instead of we're just going to, you know what I mean? And you folks did very well. I remember you being praised properly. So, because you got that $5 million grant or whatever it was. So there is grant money out there. But we don't, it's a crystal ball. We don't know where and when.
And that was discussed in the committee quite a bit and how that process works. And we're going to go into that here.
Yeah. And so this is, in an answer to your question on direction, this is related to that other discussion. So it's pretty hard without being versed on that.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be mean by saying that I wasn't allowed to watch those committee proceedings. So excuse me for not knowing what's going on there. Those were held in secret.
I just let you know that is part of that other process.
All right.
And the ratepayer funded extensions, that would be addressed at the time that decision was made by council when we update the CIP and make those decisions.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not, right now, we're not including that as part of what we're asking council to decide. We're asking council to decide that bold.
The status quo or the
status quo
later.
And now.
Yeah. And my preference on that, so I won't restate that.
I honestly don't.
Oh, the preference, it's the same on the water, is I don't think we should give any direction tonight because I think we should all digest it.
And then my questions are the same. Is there anything that needs to be changed? Is there anything that's completely off the table?
Yeah, and that's just my view on that. We shouldn't give direction tonight, of course. I just have one other thing that she talked about. Let's say if you did that phase-in thing, where you charge based on BOD and stuff, and some of those poor businesses would have these dramatic rises, and even if you phase that in, I'm curious, and you having been in this business, have you seen other jurisdictions, what's been the impact when you've done that? Have you had businesses leave? I mean, has it been counterproductive where then you lost revenue from those businesses because they got mad and says it's cheaper to go somewhere else? I'm just curious if you have any experience on that.
I have not heard that big of a reaction towards cost of service increases. I think when if this is a plan to move forward, I think the communication is big and trying to make sure that those commercial entities understand the reason. And many of them might already understand that they are, providing a lot of VOD to be handled by the system. So the communication is key to that, and doing kind of what we've done here with bill impacts and making sure they're very well aware of what's coming their way. There's also ways that they might be able to start to reduce what they're sending to the system. And so it's kind of part of that communication piece as well. If they're able to pre-treat or do other things to help what they're contributing to the plant, I think that's also a way that they could help both sides of things.
I just have one more question in case you're not around for the discussion on the sewer part, and I want to take advantage of your expertise. I heard one gentleman tell me recently, who was quite experienced working with sewers years ago, and he said, when you extend a sewer line, rarely do those fees from that sewer line, the new revenue that comes in from the customers being added to it, rarely do they ever cover the cost. In other words, you can't use the additional revenue to ever cover in full the cost of that extension. And that's kind of a broad question. I'm just curious if you have any quick comments on that before we move on.
Yeah, I think there's always it's always hard when you extend and try to incentivize people to convert from a septic system to a sewer system. And that's usually, I think, the hang up is being able to offer enough incentives to get people to actually do it in a timely manner that will help, generate revenue over the course of time, instead of waiting until their septic fails or, another mechanism there. So I have heard that it is difficult to create, a successful transition from septic to sewer. But it does just take a lot of thought process behind. Basically, the carrots and the sticks is how I've seen it or heard it referred to a lot, in terms of what are you offering to incentivize, and then how are you perhaps forcing folks to do it, and at what point. And so it really, I think, depends a lot on those components as to whether you'll ultimately be able to fund the extensions.
But it sounds like you'll be available as we study this to the end, because you're going to do further analysis. So with this business, you be available as we go on, as we finalize this progress. Will we have our expertise to ask these questions as we get more versed on all this?
Yeah, are you talking about the rate study, or are you talking about
the rate study? How does that contract work?
Wait, but are you talking about the rate study right now as it currently stands, or are you talking about adding the extensions to it? And that ordinance.
I'm talking when we go to a full thing and we put everything together, all the pieces of this pie together. Will this rate study, what we are paying for this rate study as a city and for her services, this company's services, is that included in the fee that we're already paying? Or that expertise, are we going to have their expertise clear to the end of this process of putting all this together? Or would we have to pay more if we wanted that expertise?
If we wanted them to do further analysis with regards to the wastewater line extensions, we would need to refine that scope and pay more money.
Okay, so
because what we currently have is what our current CIP is. And then I just, just again, running some very quick numbers on some broad stroke estimates. I think to get a further detailed picture of what this looks like, we're going to need another wastewater system update plan to get a more full picture of what the costs are.
Okay, just one question and then I'm done. How much are we paying for the services we're getting now that we're contracting for this company? What is that costing us? And then that's my last question.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you know?
I do. Yeah, it's 55,000, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
really appreciate your time.
So, just correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it sounds like that the way that the committee has been moving is not focusing on pressure to transfer from septic to sewer. It's more of new construction has been the gist of it, or have you really been working really hard on that transfer
Both.
from septic.
They worked on
It was all, it was absolutely both.
Everything, for sure.
And Mary's got her hand raised up there. too, so.
Thank you, Mary Rapar Stevenson. Just a few comments. I really think 10% is way too much of a raise. Most of us who are on a fixed income don't get 10% increases in our salary. And of course, you know, the PUD raises their rates, the city raises their rates, pills cost more money. So I think you should stick just to a COLA raise if you're going to raise anything. 10% is way too much. And no extensions. I'm sorry. The city residents are not going to fund extensions for developers outside the city limits. And we should be taking care of the sewer systems that don't exist within the city limits. We have places where the sewer only goes this a little bit, and then there's no sewer, then there's septic, and people are asking for waivers for septic fields. No, connect all the sewer within the city as we go along with grants and other methods of payment. And developers don't ever pay for the 30 to 50 years of maintenance and operations that extensions take. So no, thank you, no extensions. And you know, we always talk about, oh, the poor commercials. Well, I'd like to know how the inequity between the classes came about in the first place. And now we have to make up so much. I'm always aggrieved when private profits are made at public cost. And the public always pays more for infrastructure than commercials do. And yes, we do need a sewer plant, and we need sewer lines and everything to protect the environment. And that should be part of the discussion too. Again, no 10%, I'm sorry. You should be kept to the.
Thank you, Mary. Ken?
Kent, you should be able to talk. Let's see.
There we go.
There you go.
All right, Kent, you ready if you
Can
unmute
you
yourself?
unmute?
Thank you. Well, I kind of agree with Mary there, where, you know, we have longtime residents that have been here we made a choice to move here a long time ago. I feel like that people that are moving here now and buying properties, creating properties that are maybe Airbnbs, that they don't even live in the community. I think that potentially there should be a clause in there for people that have lived here for X amount of years to maybe benefit from that fact and not have to pay the increases or substantiate the increased costs of everybody that's moving here, or even the businesses that are creating more demand on our systems. You know, I think the other part of it is, I think that if we wanted to create our own water sources, or, you know, create more independent off-grid situations, that we should be able to do that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I want to ask a couple of questions. Oh, first thing I want to do is I want to thank the city staff for the incredible effort they made to be able to finance this thing.
By the way, this is Rick May from Stevenson.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. Anyway, because it would have been a lot worse. I know we have to pay for this, and so there's going to be increases, and they're going to be painful, but they're much, much less painful than they would have been. So as a member of the public, I just want to thank the incredible effort, the $5 million that would save, and the very, very low interest loans. So I think we need to be aware of that, and give a thanks out. A second thing is that I'm just looking at those numbers as far as extending the sewer, having it be 1% increase, 4.5, 4.5. Am I correct in assuming that that would, over that time frame going until 2037, that would fund all of the sewer extension with no grants to the remainder of the city? Is that correct?
Yeah, the one caveat to remember though is that we do not have a full capital plan across that time frame. So that could be the increase over the status quo now. But as Liana was talking about, there will be a new capital plan and there may be some capital added across that longer term time
So
frame.
you're looking at about 16 million to do that. Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah, 17.8 across the 11-year time frame.
And that was not including any sort of grants?
Correct. That's just saying,
That's just
we just
raw
funded
costs.
100%
Wow,
with the citizens.
that's not much of a Anyway, thank you.
That the cost for, if you say ratepayers, that's if 100% of extension was paid for by the city, not factoring in the fact that if development comes in, builds several homes and put that extension in themselves.
Yeah, that's that was my point. We're only going up 1 percentage point, and if we can fund half of that, let's say through grants through that particular period of time, that increase is not very great. The idea of developers is great, but I don't see any large developers like Chenadir that are going to come in and be able to afford to be able to do that. So we do need to think about how do we do this project.
Well, another thing too, Rick, is when you look at those timeframes across there, those might match up with grant opportunities for specific areas within the city to match up with those grants, and those amounts may be what we're able to utilize in a grant.
Yeah, it looks like maybe 40 to 50% if it's done over a particular period of time.
Yeah,
it'd be grant.
splitting it out, like
Yeah,
Pat was talking about.
Thank you.
So is anything needing to be added? Do we still want to look at the cost of service options?
I would
as
strongly favor a plan that adjusts that as much as possible.
Because the knob theory that Ben was talking about, if there's going to be, that's the consensus to adjust to accommodate that differential, easing that in so that we don't push businesses out, because then our economy could definitely take a hit.
The knob analogy breaks down because now you need tweeter and base.
Yeah, and here I was going to give you an opinion until you said that. So now I do reserve the right to have to sleep
Can't
on
raise his hand
this.
again. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
Thanks for,
Yeah.
okay. You should be able to go ahead, Kent.
So my question is here on the sewer summary is like a 10% annual rate increase for 2024, 2025. Is that like kind of etched in stone? I mean, my question is, why should that go up for residents that are already here?
And that relates to a question I had to piggyback on his for efficiency here is, could you, instead of 10%, whatever it was, to 3.5%, could you even that out to where it's not 10%, not as high, and what impact that would have?
I think it was the front loading of the cost that we have.
Yeah.
It's on that chart.
Yep.
Front loading of the cost that we have coming up.
So it's the loan obligation in 2025. When that full repayment hits, we will need to be able to pay $475,000 annually in debt service.
So you need that 20%.
Yeah.
Over
Right.
that 2 year.
Right. if
I,
this,
I don't want to bury the gentleman's question, Mr. Neal.
But for historical information too, we've been doing 15% and 12.5%.
Yeah.
So it's lower than what we've done in the past. I know it's not much, but something.
It's not what we want, but
No,
but it's
no.
but it's not. But yeah, to answer the
Yeah.
question, yeah, why it's 10, 10, and then 3, then it dropped from that. It's because we have to get to a certain point to
Right.
cover the cost of the loans coming in, and that cost amount is shown in that graph that's on there right now.
Yeah.
If you're looking at it, I don't know what you're.
To the new construction.
So
I think we need to clarify something that is pretty black and white here, and I think most of us know. We cannot use the funds that pay for the sewer and the utilities have to come from the utility and sewer fees, correct?
Correct.
That was a given. I just wanted to make sure that we're.
That
Yeah.
grants.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kent, you should still be able to talk. Yeah.
So my question is, why does it have to come from current ratepayers?
outside of current ratepayers, we really don't have other options to be able to increase our rates. So we need to be able to generate that cash now to be able to pay for this debt service in 2025.
I guess I don't understand how that became current ratepayers' problems and not previous decision-making processes along the way.
If you look at if there's a few slides back where you see a steady line for a long time, that should have, had they increased from the time that started in 2004 at a decent amount up to 2017 when they finally started increasing, had they made a steady incremental climb, knowing these rates were going to have to go up, then it would be different. We would be in a different position, but we're not. We are where we are, and we have to pay for the upgrade of the treatment center. There was not an option.
Okay, so you're penalizing the people that have already been here instead of the people that are.
We're penalizing everyone, Ken. We're not penalizing you in specific. I've lived here most of my entire life, and the person who owned the house that I own now benefited from not having a rate increase that whole time, and I bought the house, and now I get to pay the increased amounts, even though I've been a resident here for that amount of time too. So it's not that we're picking on new people or old people. We're picking, literally everyone's getting the same increase.
I understand that, but there's a lot more property owners here now that don't live here. Period.
But he did,
But they're still hooked up to the sewer or the septic, the sewer system.
Yeah.
So impose a rate on them.
Yeah.
So if they're connected to sewer, they're being charged a base fee. We do, so one thing that hasn't been discussed that we are going to be updating, which kind of goes into the rate structure question for water and sewer, is right now, if someone goes away for more than goes away and wants their water shut off, they have the ability to shut that water off and not pay a base fee for water or sewer. And then when they come back and want their water turned back on, they only have to pay 5 months of a water base fee. Our goal with this, which we'll talk about more at the next meeting, is to change that policy and to not allow people to stop paying those base fees because we have substantial debt associated with both of these utilities.
And
So-
you have the infrastructure.
Then we have to still
in
maintain
place.
the infrastructure.
That's right.
Like if you want to come back, you still be able to turn on your water.
That's right.
Mr.
But
Nielsen.
I don't think I'm talking about people that just go away. I'm
Yeah.
talking about people that are using their properties as income properties.
Right, but they're still paying the utilities.
But I think Mr. Nielsen, what he's saying is, okay, if somebody's doing it as a business, an Airbnb and something, can they have a different rate structure than somebody that is living in the house and not making revenue off of that building?
Residential versus business.
Yeah, but if it's residential, but it's a business, it's Airbnb, they came in from California, let's say they bought it for an Airbnb, they don't even live here. He's basically asking, can we charge them a different rate structure? Can we charge them more than somebody who is actually physically living in the house?
No, because the effluent that they put down the drain is the same as someone that lives in the house.
Oh, I know
You're
that.
also running, you're also gonna run into a constitutional problem.
I'm
You
not
cannot treat them
advocating that,
differently.
but
And then that's what I'm
You'll
getting
get
at.
that
is his
law.
question.
Right, you can't, it's
The
Yeah.
rate structure is a rate structure.
related to the
Yeah.
utility, it is the same.
I know, and I'm not advocating that, but
Right.
that is his
Right.
question. I
Yes.
just don't know that we've answered it. You're saying that we cannot do that. That's the answer to the question. Okay, so I just wanted a clear answer to Mr. Nielsen's question.
But then I'll be considered commercial.
I think my real question is, what about the people that have lived here forever, and now we have a different scenario in Stevenson where we have people coming and going, we're using these properties in a different manner than we did 20 years ago.
Well, I don't think that we're gonna be able to crack that nut tonight.
Or at all, according
Okay.
to our city attorney.
Not with utilities,
Yeah,
yeah.
On the basis of whether or not it's
They
them
have
living there or
a,
they're-
if they have a license, there's ways we can address
Sure.
it that way through licensing, but
Not
we can't, but
utilities.
not utilities.
so that. So. Okay,
So where we at?
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. So this is our final topic for tonight. I know, take a deep breath. Updated system development charges for both utilities. So when we talk about connection charges, we're really talking about that one-time charge that's assessed to new customers when they connect or when they may expand their connection to the system. This charge really is representative of a proportional share of the cost of the system that's needed to provide that capacity. That cost is related to system infrastructure investments, both those that are in the ground and operating today, as well as future projects that are needed to add capacity. Revenues from this charge are meant to be used on capital projects or debt service associated with those, but not funding ongoing operations and maintenance expenses. So to calculate updated SDCs, we follow the same methodology for each utility, defining our existing costs and our future cost bases, and dividing that cost basis by our total system capacity to determine the cost for 1 unit of capacity in the system. To determine our existing cost basis, we are going to look at original cost of our system assets in the ground and operational today. And we deduct a couple of items. First, any contributions that have been received, like grants, adjusting for the fact that existing customers did not have to pay for those costs. We also make an adjustment for net debt principal. So here we're looking at the remaining principal payments on any existing loans and deducting any cash on hand. And we'll reduce the existing cost basis by any remaining debt principal. This adjustment really recognizes that when a new customer connects, they're going to start contributing to that debt service through their rates. The last adjustment to the existing cost basis is to add interest based on the interest rates at the time of install up to a maximum of 10 years. This is allowed based on the RCW that outlines the charge, and it's meant to recognize that the city could have invested their money in an interest-bearing account instead of system infrastructure. Added to our existing cost basis are the capital enhancing portions of our future capital projects after having removed that repair and replacement project from the bases. From there, we then divide by our total system capacity or the number of units that we can provide service for. So using that methodology, we'll review the updated calculation for the water utility. In terms of the existing cost basis, we have a total of 9.5 million in existing infrastructure costs after making, again, those adjustments that we talked about on the previous slide. To that, we add 11.4 million in capacity enhancing future capital projects for a total of 20.9 million for our cost basis or our numerator here. And then we divide that number by the total system capacity, which for the water utility is 1,695 meter capacity equivalents. Capacity for the system is determined based on water system planning data, and for the water system, it's based on overall water supply. The updated calculation results in a charge of $12,334 for a 3/4 inch meter size. This calculation does represent the maximum allowable charge, so policy decisions can be made to set the charge at a lower value. The updated charge does reflect an increase of about $3,700 over the existing charge of $8,599. In addition to updating the overall charge, we did provide an option for scaling residential charges based on fixture units to reflect different home sizes. So in this option, we essentially provide for the option of a 5/8 inch meter at a reduced cost if the new connection is 25 fixture units or less. This does provide a more affordable option for a smaller home size. It also provides a physical restraint through that smaller meter size.
Brooke, when you say, help me out here, so when you're talking about fixture units, you're talking about toilets, sinks, all that kind of stuff?
All that stuff, yep, exactly.
Okay, and does that include like exterior faucets, those kinds of things?
It typically does, yeah. And I know that, yeah, I know the city might have more detail on how exactly they count all of those, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else there? So moving here to sewer, we have a very similar calculation that's performed for the sewer utility. We did want to recognize here we've got separate functions of service. So similar to how we spoke about cost of service, we recognize here that there are two main functions: overall flow, and then the concentration of that flow through measurements of BOD levels. So here we've actually separated the charge into those two components to recognize infrastructure investments for each, as well as differing capacities between those two functions. So for our flow component, we have a total of $10.1 million in existing and future costs divided by total system flow capacity of 1,681 ERUs, or equivalent residential units. The flow component of the charge results in $5,966 per ERU. For our BOD component, we have a total of $10 million in existing and future costs divided by total system BOD capacity of 3,403 ERUs. That gives us a total of $2,944 per ERU for the BOD component, and then a total combined charge for one ERU is then $8,910. And again, similar to water, this is a maximum calculated charge and a lower policy-based value can be chosen. This updated charge does represent an increase of about $2,740 over the existing charge of $6,168. Similar to water, we've provided a residential scaling option here for consideration. This option would look at house size with any new connection for a house at 1,500 square feet or smaller at a reduced rate, $6,683. And then new connections over 1,500 but under 2,600 square feet would see the one ERU charge of $8,910. Any new connections above that 2,600 square foot range would be charged $11,607. So separating the sewer SDC functionality, it really does allow the city to recognize that customers have different contributions for their flow and loading requirements. We wanted to give just some examples here of how this could be applied and what some of those connection charges might look like. For a new connection to the commercial medium class, a laundromat in this example, we estimated flow of 4,100 cubic feet based on customer statistics and assume BOD of 3.76 pounds per day. Their overall connection charge would be $36,184, and you can see the breakdown of the components there as well. A new connection to the high class for a restaurant with 2,000 cubic feet of flow, so about half of that medium connection, but 5.42 pounds of BOD per day, that connection charge would be fairly similar at $38,150. The BOD component recognizes the increased concentration and charges for them, essentially. And then finally, a very high customer like a new brewery could have both high flow at 10,150 cubic feet and high pounds per day of BOD, maybe over 50. This charge would again reflect the BOD component and allows us to say that although a connection may be 2 or 3 ERUs worth of flow, that flow might be concentrated enough that from a strength standpoint, they're really 5 or 6 ERUs based on their BOD levels. So here again, in summary for the SDC discussion and asking for more points of guidance here, the charges that were presented are, again, calculated maximums. Lower charge can be chosen based on guidance from council. The trade-off, of course, with setting a charge below the maximum is a shift in cost burden. So ultimately, you know, infrastructure investments will need to happen. And if this is set below the maximum, then those costs will be recovered from existing ratepayers. In addition to the overall charge for each utility, you know, questions here would include whether council wants to see a residential scalable option like those presented, or if there are any other options not discussed that we'd like to consider. And I know that was a lot. Does wrap it up. Are there any other questions?
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm tired of drinking out of the fire hose.
I know, I'm so sorry. We knew it was going to be a lot. Hopefully the conversation added some context for future questions.
I do have a quick question. Your ERUs, the residential equivalent unit. Okay, and tell me how you calculated. Okay, I know what they are because I can read, but how did you calculate that we had that number of units, whatever it was, 1,600 or something? What is that based on? Those aren't households, those are what?
No, it's based on system planning documents for our understanding of how much total flow the system can handle and how many total pounds of BOD. And based on the definition you see there at the bottom in terms of 401 gallons and 0.52 pounds, that's how we came up with those overall system capacities.
Yeah, and another comment is you've given us other comparisons of other jurisdictions. What about for these, when you get into like the brewery, it just makes me wonder, and you probably don't have the answer as well. If a brewery, let's say we're trying to attract business and we want the brewery to come here. I'm not saying we do, but let's say we did. I'd want to know, well, what do other entities charge? And so do you have any thoughts on that? Do you know where these numbers fall in compared to other entities, big or small?
I don't off the top of my head, but it's a comparison that we can pull together. I do hear concerns often, if this helps, from stakeholders about, you know, discouraging economic development from these connection charges. It's a common concern. We historically haven't shown that happening in practice, you know, even when we've seen connection charges kind of skyrocket. Certainly in other parts of the country, you know, the connection charges are $50,000 in some cases, and even that doesn't slow down development. But I know it's still a concern, and so we can certainly look at comparables if that's helpful.
Wait a minute, Happy Valley's at 80,000 now.
I would say whatever we can get for the 55,000, but it would be my vote. But anyway, thank you.
Councilman, I know I'm on the other side here, but my understanding is that the CC&Rs in the majority of our jurisdictions have a base minimum square footage of 1,600 square feet. I don't know if that additional 100 factors into the calculation that was being made. I just throw that out.
It was,
I mean, it's only 100.
we did an average of square footage for the county or city, pulled from county data.
Yeah.
She gave a lot of information that was intriguing that could be helpful in a future discussion, like the rates were smaller. You have a smaller home, more affordable housing too, that maybe they'd pay rest of those incentives to think about. The reason I'm hesitant in all these to give an opinion tonight, because we're getting in. It'd be ironic if we gave direction on the highest cost things tonight when we're the most tired. So that's why, you know, and I know everyone agrees, you really want to be careful with this going forward.
So it sounds like that there's some approval of the scaled SDC charges. I think that was one of the questions, the scalable residential options. And that does address, there's been previous city council member that said, how does the person that builds a small mansion get the same rate SDC charge as someone who's just putting together their tiny little, well, I mean, not a tiny home, but a small affordable home, and there's no difference, no equity.
No, I think you're exactly right, and that's been thought of enough and discussed enough to where I'd have no hesitation to saying, hey, that's can be a direction to go. Because also the person with less income that maybe is going to have that smaller home, it helps them. It just covers a lot of stuff.
Mary has
Thank you. Mary Rapar, just a couple of comments. Kind of going back to something that was said previously about B&Bs. Airbnbs have so many customers. Now, are they considered a business in the sense like a hotel, motel? And if it is, can they be charged for the number of residents that go through there on maybe on a yearly or a monthly basis? And especially, most houses are considered to have up to 4 residents. I believe that's like an estimate, and I could be totally wrong on that, but a family of 2 with 2 children, basically. And if Airbnbs circulate a lot of customers through it, then they're no longer a house, they're a business that is operating like a hotel. So that's just something I think we should consider. And I'm still troubled by the classes inequity. If the classes inequity was decreased, how much revenue would that generate to help the rest of the long-term ratepayers not be sucked into a deep economic hole of spending all their money on utilities? And thank you for considering the house size. I think it does matter. And infrastructure costs for a big house are more than for a smaller house. We used to have 1,200 feet as square feet as a house, and now we have 3,000, 4,000 square foot homes. And CCRs aside, CCRs are good, Robert, until they aren't. And I've seen seen people come to city council and say, oh yeah, we have CCRs, but it's okay, we're going to do something else. So the CCRs might be something to consider, but I don't think it's a deal breaker. Again, thank you very much for this discussion. And yes, my brain is filled to the brim, and the Southern Comfort is calling. But it was a good discussion, and I learned a lot. Even though I may not understand all of it, I will read the documents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Rick, you had a question? Comment?
Yeah, Brooke, was there any?
Rick May.
You can just be my announcer for me. Anyway, is there anything for system development charges for secondary dwellings, mother-in-law quarters, or anything like that?
Typically that is kind of a policy question of the city, but we do see, for redevelopment that in some cases they would be charged. Typically it would likely happen on the water side if that ADU required an upsize in meter. So that could be where you would see the increased connection charge. But there's been, there's ways and there are policies around that entities are looking at too, to ensure that, ADUs do get charged in certain circumstances. And an ERU version on the sewer charge is a way to do that as well, if we're looking at added ERUs or added square footage. So typically there's some policy language around it.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. My only other comment is that, Robert, you're right, is that, Chenadere, we got an average sale price of what, $780,000, $800,000.
Well, that's with the constructed home. The dirt's going for about 175.
Pardon?
Dirt's going for around 175.
There's 245 for those top row too. So yeah, the 20,000 is just not, it's fairly reasonable for those system development charges.
Now, can you show us the SDC on the high, like for a new brewery? That was the biggest jump that I noticed. Spendy.
If they pre-treated and got rid of all their BOD, it would be much
That
lower.
was the other point to mention here is that, we have been a very aggressive, and we've been working, call them partners, the down those high industrial users. And we don't, that hasn't been factored in this discussion yet.
The amount of BOD.
Did we see a
Yeah.
drop in that? Some.
We have,
improvement?
yes, yeah.
I mean,
I've
not,
stopped-
not to zero. but I
I've
mean,
stopped
it's-
putting the graphs
Doesn't apply to
Doesn't-
this.
But that's not,
This
right.
is a new
Right.
user.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a brand new user.
So SDC.
so hopefully they would be putting in pre-treatment with their,
As they.
and it would
come
get
in.
that SDC down.
Ban garbage disposals. Really the only way to lower your BOD.
Oh, yeah. We can.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's, you know, that's what we've always said. That's one of our largest contributors.
All right, we don't have more hands here. There's no more hands in the gallery. Does council have any more comments or questions before we let Brooke go on our way?
Any feedback on what you would like to see for the next meeting? I'll get with Brooke and we'll provide some different looks as far as what it looks like from an ordinance perspective and rates for each of the different scenarios.
I like the scalable residential op. I know it's like a question mark. I think everybody's kind of like, oh, that makes a ton of sense. So
Yeah, and actually, Mr. Muth made a very good point about garbage disposals, because in condos, I know you were joking, but I think it is true what you're saying, and in condos, they're the biggest problem. A lot of times they cause more problems and more lawsuits than anything else. So when you talk about your, you know, how many water faucets, for example, you could have a different rate. People keep their garbage disposals, but you could say, well, what's that do to your BOD and stuff? And that is accounted for in the cost. So that actually, I thought, was a very good comment that we could consider as we go forward. You're not saying, no, get rid of garbage disposals, but people are paying the true cost of that garbage disposal. So, actually, I'll know to pay attention to your jokes more because,
And actually, when we were going to the charrette to try to find some ways to value engineer these upgrades before we even put a shovel in the ground, that was one of the experts that was there, one of the consultants said, where was he from Canada? It was a garburator. So you gotta watch out for those carburetors because that will put a load on your system. So, yeah.
Well, I think one of the things that we're also trying to balance is the ability for us to implement as well as encourage compliance from the community. And with garbage disposals, that's that would be a challenging code to change.
But in new
And-
construction though, is you think you
Well,
would.
But yeah.
Well, I mean, you can wait till the day
Right.
after. You
I don't want to.
Right.
No,
No,
it's-
I'm not
It's
saying it's a bad idea, it's
like
a
just a
concept.
challenge to implement.
I know it's getting late,
Yes.
so I didn't
Yeah.
want to get on a tangent. So,
That's good.
but it was a valid point, is all I'm saying.
All right, are we good? Or do we need, are we
Yes.
still looking for some more input for Brooke?
No, I think.
We're good, Brooks?
Thank you.
think
very much
so.
for your
Thank you,
time.
Brooke.
Thank you, Brooke.
We
Thanks
look
for
forward to
sticking
seeing
it
you
out
again
with
soon.
me.
Appreciate your time, Brooke.
And likewise.
And I would like to close public hearing at 9:06.
As we structure that next meeting, do you want to start with the hardest one or start with the easiest one to get it out of the way?
Let's do the hardest one.
Start with the hardest.
So which one's the hardest one
Taste
for you?
the-
Which one's the hardest, right?
Okay, what do you
Do you
want?
want to start with water rates,
Oh.
sewer rates, or
I'll do the order.
STC?
Okay,
Right, which
I think
one?
we should start, I mean, sewer
Sewer,
is the
Yeah.
one that's most,
okay.
like, yeah, in my,
yeah,
but that's
start.
just me. You,
You
other
know,
people can think they
I
want.
think you're right. Start with the hardest, the most expensive, the most the biggest impact on
Mhm.
citizens first.
But thank you.
How long is your
Keep going.
report?
Can't,
Hands up.
can't
yeah.
hands up. Here you go.
You close the public comment.
I did close public comment.
Yeah, so, okay.
Point of orders.
How much water that goes down the pipe, right?
Hmm?
So how are you gonna compensate for that?
Okay.
We missed the first part of your question, Kent.
Kind of how to order.
We can all meter, they have a meter on how much water that comes into our house, but there's no meter on how much goes out.
It's, so for residential, it's just assumed 1-to-1. And if so that's also part of the reason why we don't charge a flow rate for residential, because we also assume that residents water their garden and
Wash their
or wash their cars. Just there's outside use that doesn't go down the drain. And so that's sort of taken into consideration when we calculate out the base fee, is just a base we kind of take the winter consumption as an average to come up with what we typically would assume goes down the drain.
So we pay $30 for the water coming in and another 100 for it going out. That
the infrastructure that we're paying for and what we're charging, they're not the same thing. Water flowing into your house and water going down the drain are not it's not the same thing on the other end.
The infrastructure.
I understand that.
Different than Blackwater.
So yes, you're paying more for the same amount of water coming in, going out.
Okay.
All right. We are done.
All right.
All right. How long is your presentation? The reason I ask is this is a perfect time for, what do we call it? A bio break, but the bio recess.
Hour 15 max.
Yeah, you don't have that much time.
No, can be relatively short.
Well, do you want to take a break, or you want to? Because we have a guest that's been sitting here for 3 hours, and I'm not sure that.
I do actually have to go pick my girlfriend up at the airport too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
2.5 minutes.
Well,
Okay.
Assuming you're saying PDX.
Yes. Thank you again, council, for setting up this committee. I feel like we, as stakeholders, our voices were definitely heard throughout this process. And then Ben, Leanna, Carolyn, thank you so much for your help, along the way. A lot of us spent probably triple the time that we figured we were initially going to spend on this. But I guess I just wanted to open with who has actually read through the triggers that we came up with and we're recommending? Has everyone read through that? Do I need to read through these? Would that be beneficial right now? It won't take that long, but most certainly can. Okay.
An affirmative, yes,
Yep,
please.
sounds good. So and if Tracy's here, thank you also, Tracy, for guiding us through this process and keeping everyone updated with your emails. These triggers circulated, we kind of had the holiday smack dab in the middle of the committee process, which bogged things down a little bit. But with our formal meetings and our one informal meeting, we came up with triggers that were with a show of hands and a few email and phone conversations. We would formally like to recommend following our work as a committee. First, I just want to state a few very simple assumptions. This rate study has come out and is not 100% complete as far as covering the full scope of the extension. So some of the work that we're doing here, yes, the triggers are separate from that, but a lot of that plays into where these rates could go with extensions. So here are the assumptions. I'll just read through these. And first, we're assuming that sewer is seen as an amenity for all of us living here. If we're working together on this, I don't see why we can't make all of this happen. So first assumption was current estimated extension benchmarks are provided with the dates and associated costs when adopting any of the following, and any of the following would be these triggers. Just a note there, the city is allowed advanced planning, and I feel like the residents should be allowed to plan in advance as much as possible also. So just, a lot of transparency as far as what the plan is would be very important for residents just as much as, the city staff and council. Then second assumption would be future financial goals are met, aimed at eliminating the need to raise system development charges and causes for spikes in rates for current and new ratepayers with regards to the funding of current sewer treatment plant upgrades, future sewer line extensions, as well as regular maintenance of the entire system. And by goals, I mean looking to lean heavily on grants and other such, less expensive funding options. And then probably the most important one here would be number 3. There will be future public process with respect to these future extension costs and the effects on rates. So without having numbers at hand for what or how the rates are affected when and if these extensions happen, we're assuming that there will be further public process to address these, specific extensions and their effects on rates. So moving into the specific triggers, we had outlined, basically a few different headings that incorporate, basically every piece of property within Stevenson city limits. But first, before we dove into the triggers, we defined available as in, the ease of connection for commercial property or residential property. So available was defined as public sewer to which a lot can connect without further extension of the public sewer. So that's same as immediately available definition that we've used previously. So we're assuming available, again, is not requiring any extension. So one of the next heading that we moved into was existing single-family residence on septic. So earlier it was brought up whether we tackled just new construction or current construction. We tackled both. So this would be existing single-family residence on septic, system development charge waived if connected within 3 years of public sewer becoming available. Obviously, some properties it is already available. Future extensions would make it available to other existing homes. If public sewer is currently available or when available, 50% of the monthly rate is charged. After 3 years of public sewer becoming available, 100% of the monthly rate is charged, whether connected or not. That leaves the open door to stay on septic, but that monthly rate is being paid.
So if I have a septic system on my property, sewer is available, then I would pay the 50% of whatever the existing sewer rate is.
For 3 years.
For 3 years, and then
For 3 years, after that,
then 100%.
Yeah,
And then we're trying to incentivize the whole process by waiving that SDC.
Good.
Within that 3 years. And then those existing properties would be bumped up to the full monthly rate following that 3 years.
Right.
Whether or not they're connected, again, leaving the door open to remain on septic, but still contributing to the sewer system, contributing to that amenity that's available. That one, just to note, out of all the rest of these triggers, that received a couple votes. Majority was for as is, as that trigger is written. There were a couple votes towards being more flexible on that. Just to note that. Any other questions on that guy?
Yeah.
Some of these take us, yeah.
Oh, I can wait till you're done if you want. The specifics on the vote,
You mean like how many?
Yeah, how many? I'm trying to figure out where there was strong consensus and where maybe there was split. So that I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah,
what that
you
means.
got it. So as far as we had 7 members present at our last meeting.
Okay.
And a vote of 2 was cast for more flexible.
Okay, so it's 5-2.
Mhm.
Okay, and then
However, via email with the committee members that were not present, everyone gave their approval for these triggers as they were.
okay, so the vast majority, other than 2, were in favor of those triggers that
So
you just
we
talked
had,
about.
this is the only one, and we had full
Oh.
consensus on each other trigger,
Okay.
which
Got it.
was, with the,
Yeah.
it was crazy.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that, but just enough conversation, we were able to adjust the triggers prior to the vote
Okay.
so that everyone was agreeable.
Well, I think, and that just shows the quality of the people that were on that committee. That were able to put aside personal differences and everything else and be able to come up to that 30,000-foot look and say, this is what we need to do. And so my hat's off to the committee. I thought they'd done an awesome job.
And we had, every sort of stakeholder was, represented.
Yeah.
There wasn't anything missing, in my opinion. And yeah, thank you, Dave. All right, and then should I move on to the next one? So some of these are a little cut and paste. We kept it very simple, but existing multifamily residents on septic. I know there's a few different definitions of multifamily out there, but I'm just going to leave it as this is. Existing multifamily residents on septic. It is the same as the existing single family on resident or on septic, which would system development charge waived if connected within 3 years of public sewer becoming available. If public sewer is currently available or when available, 50% of the monthly rate is charged. After 3 years of public sewer becoming available, 100% of the monthly rate is charged whether connected or not. So same as the single family. All right. So that covered our existing homes. Moving on to new construction.
So if you go further, that just means that if sewer is not available, there is no trigger.
Correct.
trigger is
Until the sewer is
That
available.
is the only thing that's gonna get
That's
it,
the trigger.
is available.
Right. So that defining available
Right.
was
Which you define.
Not
Yeah, the most
physically,
important part. And
property line or.
exactly. And this simplifies everything. And if the goal is to try and extend the sewer lines, that becoming more flexible on availability really doesn't become an issue.
Right.
When we're not, fighting over 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, from sewer to connect. New construction. New construction, single family residence. Immediately on a public sewer if available. Septic if not available. Okay, and then following that, when public sewer becomes available, then same as existing single family residence. So then that rolls right back into, the first couple triggers where, you have a little bit of a grace period. You're able to, there's incentive to connect, obviously, a little bit of a grace period, relaxed rates where you can save up to fund that connection. Clear on that one? Okay. Another little bit of cut and paste here. New construction multifamily residence. Same thing, public sewer if available. Septic if not available. When public sewer becomes available, then same as existing multifamily residence. So same deal. All clear on that one? All right. A remodel with addition. This one's slightly more complex than the previous, but remodel with addition. All remodels with addition on septic must have the septic system inspected and approved for condition and capacity before permitting.
And that's done by the health department. Okay.
If septic is in poor condition or undersized for addition, sewer connection becomes mandatory provided it's available. Public sewer system development charge paid for by owner. Septic system may be expanded if sewer is not available.
Which corresponds with the RCWs. Okay.
And can I go back on that other one? Let's say a big apartment complex on the one just previous to that came in and let's say 30 units and you thought, well, okay, we can't have them on septic or whatever. Well, the city has an incentive to say, hey, well, we're going to then put the sewer line there because we want them on sewer. So the city can kick in and if they want them on sewer and get that line to that big development. if they choose. So there's an incentive on the city to do that if they don't like that, them going to their own system, correct? Am I reading that right?
That would be the city prioritizing where
Yeah.
those sewer extensions make the most sense.
Yeah.
And that's, that comes back into that assumption where if there's a fair amount of transparency as far as what the thought process is on where these sewer extensions are going, that helps that developer that is thinking about building a 30-unit complex. That allows them to plan, that allows them to reach out to the city prior to, any of this stuff happening.
The city's always been amenable to that. It's always been that way, that way, that way. But if someone says, we're thinking right there, then like, well, right there.
Exactly.
Big ones.
Let's see. Remodel.
New short plat.
All right, new short plat development. Treat all lots as new construction. So we just bounce right back to the new construction single family home trigger. If sewer is available to any portion of the property, the plat will require all lots to connect. Septic when sewer is not available. So treat all lots as new construction. If sewer is available to any portion of the property, the plat will require all lots to connect, meaning,
You're developing it.
yes. So whether the property is being split into 2, 3, or 4, there's no hiding the back corner property from having to connect to sewer. It's just assumed right from the get-go that when sewer is available, they're all connecting.
Okay.
And then so knowing this, the developer or potentially just private homeowner that's looking to build a home for old aging parents or kids, they can plan ahead to position homes on the property, knowing that at some point they will be connecting, and make it easy on themselves, and not trying to avoid this whole connection.
Right.
Any questions on that guy? Okay. And then all right, new long plat development. So this was an assumption, more of a subdivision size scale project. New long plat development, treat all lots as new construction. Developer funded line extension required to make public sewer available. And so that's basically what's been the case, in years past. And then commercial development, same as long plat, developer funded line extension required to make public sewer available. So that was it. And it's short and sweet in my opinion, but I feel like it covers all possibilities. I know that this is just this is not typed up as an ordinance, but I would hope that council and staff would see this as if us stakeholders, us committee members would like at least the spirit of these triggers to be followed. I know that there's legalities that are in question as far as how we make these happen when things turn into code ordinance, but we would like this. We would hope that the spirit of the new ordinance would follow what we've kind of laid out here. And then as things progress, we would love to have a little bit of feedback as far as if some of these are not a possibility, if not this, then what? And we'd love to hear the why, so that we can come full circle on this thing. And I guess we call it closure. Yeah.
I would, and I want to thank Dave Cox for having come up with this committee. And I would hope that the committee or a few representatives would stay involved with this and bird dog this clear to the end. And so that if there is if this becomes different than what the committee has decided, that that we hear clearly that you're there to lobby and help get this done, and that there's no ambiguity in other words, please stay. I mean, that's what I would hope from this committee.
Absolutely, I would.
I mean, to the end, toward the ordinance being done.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're not, I don't feel that anyone on the committee wants to stop short at third base. You know, we want to make it.
Other than I'd advocate any future meetings be open to the public. Okay, so, and
we will have public hearings on this ordinance too, so.
Yeah.
That'll keep it open for you guys, so thank you very much.
Yeah, but as of now, those are our trigger recommendations, and thank you guys so much for the
Well done.
opportunity.
Well done, a lot of work there, so thank you very much.
Thanks. They hit the road.
I guess. Oh,
Wes deserves special thanks too for pizza and also stepping in as a leveled committee member who is capable of encouraging your other committee members to start making decisions and not have another meeting.
Well, if you'd been at the beginning of those two, it was, there was the fact that only one of those triggers had disagreement, the rest of them were all, is shocking after the first couple of times that we all met. So I appreciate the group of people that got together, but also just kind of directing things that you could all agree on. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Well, I think, and Tracy Grotto, I mean,
absolutely.
facilitating it, she went far beyond that contract ever had thought about. So, you know, I really appreciate her time and her effort and her tenacity to get that project done. So thank you, Tracy.
Yeah, I think so did all the other committee members, and I just hope next time we wouldn't have to pay any money for that. We could have gotten that for free. We would have saved.
We could have gotten it for free.
In other words, I think Wes could have chaired that and would have done it for free. So
Oh boy,
I wasn't happy with. In other words, I'm not going to hide from the fact that I wasn't happy with the $5,000 expenditure. And Tracy is fantastic.
We can disagree on
Right.
whether or not.
Okay, we can
that would
drop
have been
it,
done by the public.
but we can disagree, and
yeah,
I would have to say Tracy was a valuable resource in that process for sure.
I just think Tracy probably would have done it for free.
No, she wouldn't.
Well, then we get somebody else. Okay.
Well, that's a different discussion.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'll be here the next time. So.
All right. So sounds like you got to get to the airport.
Yes.
Appreciate all of your time.
Yes.
Well, and before, I just wanted to say, yeah, thank you very much, Wes. And I think right now what we have is a public hearing at the next meeting, but I don't know that we're ready for that. And so as much as we would like this to be wrapped up, I feel like we should push it out an additional month to ensure that we can get the feedback from council on direction and then send out information to the community so that they're more informed when we do have a public hearing on this, because we did send out a flyer ahead of the last meeting when we first talked about this. So just trying to close it. So.
I think is there consensus? I think you're right. We should delay that.
Well, but I wanted to mention it because we mentioned something to the committee at different schedules. So
You're okay.
And we're, the committee will be around to bounce ideas off for sure. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you guys.
You want to get out?
All right. See if my old truck starts. Let me know. I got a call here. Pick up your phone. Yeah.
no, we're not taking comments on this yet. No. Okay. So
I don't know. Is that?
yeah. So Mary, we'll bring this up at the next council meeting.
Okay, by our policies, we have about 27 minutes to wrap this up unless we approve to go past 10 o'clock. So I would like a break. I'm not gonna make it till 10, just saying. So we should be prepared to keep things moving.
Okay.
So 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
Sounds good, thank you.
Yeah. Dave and I disagree all the time. That's not.
Oh, no, it isn't. I just know that, yeah.
I mean, we could,
I didn't.
I'm just, no, I didn't want to offend you. I'm just saying,
Oh, no.
we, on the regular, we disagree. And we go just
out
fine.
of the get-go.
I'm just.
So we can't see everyone. No, got it.
That's Jason's name.
Was that Jason?
Yeah.
Love it.
They were having, because the power outages, they were having some problems and plowing and all the things, so.
The one today was at a BPA issue. It
Yeah,
was just a full citywide block.
it was out in Bingen and White Salmon too.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
All the way up.
But I'm saying, but I'm there. Versus the end. Right.
I had this 25-page brief on my screen.
But I'm just not-
Yeah,
I
no.
know you, we, again,
Son
I
of a
appreciate
dog.
that.
It's only the last 10 minutes that I lose, but it's like the last 10 minutes that I can't remember what I just did.
And once about, I was there. I was telling you. that we can just-
More save as you go.
Oh, yeah. Well, our, backups kind of flickered, and so it's like every time we hear that, it's like, save, quick.
Yeah, exactly. You know, both of the neighbors across the street have generators, and so as soon as the power goes out, it's wow.
We have a more manual generator,
Yeah.
but we kick ours on when it's been out.
Is it
for
down in the
an
basement?
extended- Ours, well, no, it's like one on wheels.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
So when it's out for a longer period of time and there's a football game on the going up.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We make sure that the internet, and the
Yeah.
TV is.
Well, yeah, a friend of mine on campus, she said they were out for 18 hours. This was amazing. What?
Did you sign all the checks?
Well, that is my understanding, yes.
Okay. I'll give you these to sign.
Right there, the last time.
Do you want
It's
to
only
just
been
attest?
10 and 12 years.
Do you want to just attest a form on these? I don't know if they'll be signed
Yeah.
or approved, but then.
Well, you can call me tomorrow if you need me to.
Yeah.
Here.
I'll just put that in her.
Yeah, it's fine. No big deal. Okay.
But the last time we went to 10, I think we had a 12-page agenda. This is a 4-page agenda.
I think the one that's wrong, wasn't it approving the, the development over in.
Not Hidden Ridge, just the 12 spot.
Oh, the Sunstone?
Sunstone or whatever it was, yeah.
The planning had already approved.
That's the one that West bought.
No, the one, Maldonado.
Oh, yeah. We went that way.
Round and
Yeah.
round.
Oh, on
Got
the
his
path.
fences blown down. He wants
That's what about
3.5 million.
Well, you know, yeah, well, what about from Texas? And
Trying to get one of my clients. He said, no, it's not worth it.
But Johanna doesn't have internet, so I'm multitasking and doing minutes.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Hey, you're cracking me up. You said you wanted to go to law school, but I'm gonna have to start objecting because you're not asking questions. You say when you have a question. So as your opposing
I didn't
counsel.
go to law school, so that's my.
I know, that's
excuse.
my point. You said you wanted to. I was like, I gotta correct him on this. Objection, she's testifying, not asking questions. It was like what Trump's lawyer yesterday objected to an objection. And the judge looked at him. I just thought that was hysterical.
They do it on TV.
Yeah, I know. They also get subpoenas in one day in Europe. Yeah. I'm hooked on Suits right
I've
now.
watched a lot of Perry Mason. I know how it works.
Ah,
Okay? Perry Mason and Matlock, I got it down.
there you go.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
First 2 seasons of Suits, and then I started looking at the descriptions after that. I'm like, I am out.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm powering through. You know, now he's an investment banker and he's doing the big.
So he spends an entire season in jail, and
Oh, yeah.
Well, thanks. You ruined it for me. Now I'm not gonna watch the whole. I've never even seen it. I'm not gonna watch the show. now.
I like the fact they came out with the Emmys and they said, oh, television shows that never got recognized. We're here.
make sure that Christie's back.
Oh. Dexter.
Christy, can you hear us? Are you back?
I'm here.
Okay. We have left. Yeah. All right. A handful. All right, next up is discussing city hall hours. This was something practice we started in October of 22 to improve productivity as came out of the strategic plan. So I would say that closure probably isn't the best title on this because we're not actually closed on Friday, but let's discuss. You want it on the agenda, Pat? Go ahead.
Okay, you know, I just checked my city email, and I think that I got an email here from, you all got it, from Joseph Roberts, and it's pretty short. I'll read it because I think it expresses the sentiment of a lot of people that I communicate throughout the city. And I do a lot of communication with people around the city, and I feel pretty confident that the vast majority of the residents out there who are paying the bill want it open. I think we should reopen it for symbolic reasons and other reasons to benefit the citizens. But I'll just read this and then we can start the discussion. And I know we have to keep it short and it's late. But Mr. Robinson writes, as a former multiple business owner in our great town of Stevenson, Washington, I asked the members of our city council to seriously consider reopening our city hall to the public on Fridays. I understand the thinking to close this day off in the past, but I believe it's time to let the public back for necessary business. Many of us cannot come to pay our bill or do other important business on any other day of the week. So add me to the list of those who want to reopen City Hall as it used to be. Thank you, and especially my gratitude goes out to Pat Rice. I hadn't known that part was in there when I wanted to read it, so it's not self-serving, but thank you, and especially my gratitude goes out to Pat Rice for bringing this important matter to the attention of the public at large here in Stevenson, Washington. Very sincerely, your loyal city resident, Joseph Robertson. And I'll just add a few sentences and then be quiet. And that is, I know a lot of times you folks think that I'm critical of City Hall, that I'm just being critical. Actually, if we gave the citizens what I think the citizens want, it actually would help City Hall because we would build trust. And what I sense throughout this town when I talk to people is that there's a real division, a lot of anger towards City Hall on a number of issues, to the point to where a lot of people you say, well, why aren't you speaking out? I mean, why is it just a few of us that are raising the alarm on some of these things? And I'm going to tell you, a lot of people are scared. They're scared if they come back for a new permit or for whatever, that there's going to be repercussions. And I'm not saying they're right to be scared, but that feeling is genuinely out there. So I think if we could just find a way, if we could reopen it, you're sending a message to those citizens that, and if you read my letter to the editor, you'll see that what I'm saying here, you're sending a message to them, this message. You are the most important thing in the world to us. You're why we're here, and we will do anything we can to give you good service and to look out for you. And we will never forget that without you, we're nothing. And I think that message would go a long ways toward people stomaching things they don't like increased sewer fees and everything else. So this isn't just a practical thing. You can look at this in dollars and cents, and I doubt there is statistics to justify this, but this goes to the heart of what people feel in their gut towards the city. And I would like them not to feel, I would like a lot of those feelings not to be there. And so, you know, and it means we have to do things we don't like. I didn't like doing half the things my customers wanted, but I did because they were the most important thing in the world to me. And I think we got to tell the citizens that too. And so that's my intro remark.
Oh, can I talk?
No, don't think so. This is
Oh,
no
sorry.
public comment.
It's not.
She unmuted me.
I did, sorry. Meet me back, Mary. Okay.
Pat, I understand where you're coming from. When the county closed their doors on Fridays, they were literally locked. Your comment about the doors being locked at City Hall on Friday was a lie, basically, because it is not locked.
Well, it's
No.
okay. The lie is a pretty
Hold
strong
on.
statement.
It was not the truth. People can make appointments. The doors aren't locked. They're unlocked. I also understand the need for the staff to be able to carry out a single line of thought if they're working on a project. And I don't know, I don't know how many people come in today on Fridays. I have no idea. But I can tell you from past experience at the sheriff's office, when you're working on a project and somebody walks into your office and disrupts that line of thought, then you have a lot of backtracking to do. And so I don't see where it's an issue right now. So that's my thoughts.
I think it's just because people think that it's closed, but it's not closed.
So if I want to come, so anybody, are you saying that anybody can come in and do business on City Hall as they would on Thursdays?
If they make an appointment.
Okay, so on Fridays, they got to make an appointment. I'm just suggesting that we take away the appointment and they should be able to come in on Fridays the same as they do Monday through Thursday. And as far as people not being able to think straight, well, I know they're theoretically doing good work Monday through Friday, and they can think, Monday through Thursday, and they can think straight. And also that's infrastructure in the office, how it's set up. I totally understand if like, for example, Ben's wanting to work and he keeps getting interrupted. But that logistically could be changed in the office, so where people don't look over and, oh, there's Ben working, I have a question. And then Ben feels he's being rude if he ignores him. So that's just changing the structure of the office to where the front office person is dealing with the public and they can screen people. And that may be coming up with barriers or whatever to where everybody in the office is not disrupted when one person comes in. So that's an infrastructure thing and how the office is set up.
And I think that's exactly the point, Pat, is that we pay a city manager to run the staff and run the office in the most efficient manner she feels she needs to do it. And if closing the office on Fridays, except for appointments, if that adds to the efficiency of how this staff works, then that's what we should support. Yeah. We shouldn't try to dictate to her how to run this office. We aren't micromanagers. Well, we set policies, we set procedures, but we don't tell the office manager what we want her to do. That is through the mayor. That is the way we're set up.
You're right, it's through the
I
mayor.
agree, Dave.
Yeah, that is through the mayor, and I'm trying to say that I think we should have a city manager who works here, who wants the public to come in 5 days a week. So maybe that's, we're getting to the heart of some issues. Now this can, I'm just.
Time out here. You can't talk about employee issues in an open public meeting.
That's-
If you have an
that's-
issue, you need to keep that to yourself.
Okay, if the public has an issue, you're right. We may need to go in executive session, some future meeting on that. And I agree with that point. However, I'm just a messenger from the public. I'm trying to do you all a favor and tell you what I'm hearing out there. Now, you can do anything you want, but those sentiments will not go away. They're going to be there, and they have been there. So I'm just trying to help you, not hurt you. And so if you want to really listen to the boss, which is the taxpayers and the citizens out there and the voters, okay, you'll heed a few of my words. I'm just trying to do you all a favor.
Pat, I'll tell you what, why don't you go ahead and tell anybody that you want to have them give me a call. And I'd be more than happy to discuss it with them. If there's that many people out there, my number is 360-513-5291, and they can call me anytime.
I also have just a little point. You say you're speaking for the people, but literally the flyer that was sent out said multiple times the doors are locked. You're locking the doors, and that's not the truth. So to say that makes people write emails saying, well, I can only pay on a Friday. You can only pay on a Friday. You make an appointment, come in and pay.
Okay,
That's not a problem.
I can handle one at a time, but
That's
not
me.
both of you.
No, that's just me.
Okay.
That's
So,
only
okay,
me.
so basically, are you saying that all the people that come Monday through Thursday, can they come in on Fridays? You can say that's an euphemism, you're not. They're feeling like, hey, I cannot do the business I was doing on Monday through Thursday on Fridays. I call that they're being essentially locked out. So you
That's
can,
not what you said, though.
okay.
You said you lock the doors and lock them out. I'm reading your flyer, Pat. I'm not making up words. I'm reading your flyer.
Okay, so I call it, that is called you're locking the doors, you're locking them out. You're wanting to get into semantics when really the point is, okay, if somebody wants to come in and pay their water bill without an appointment on Friday, can they?
can't, no.
Yes or no? Okay. I would essentially argue you have blocked them out, and if you want to say that, there's a sentence wrong, you're missing the point.
The gentleman sent an email and said, hey, I can only pay on Fridays. He knows that if he says that if he only knows that they weren't open on Friday because of the flyer, it says the doors are locked and citizens can't, they're locked out.
Okay.
He could call City Hall and say, I can only pay on Friday. They say, tell us when you're coming in. Come on in, pay your bill. Friday's the day. Do it.
Okay.
No one's going to say no to that. Is that true?
Okay.
And electronic.
Anyway, that's all I'm saying, Pat, is that you're painting a picture with the words you used that is not a fair picture.
Okay, well, I disagree with that, and so
That's fair.
Okay.
We disagree.
Listen, I'm here for one reason only. I'm not here to serve the staff in their needs. The staff are here to serve the public. And they can either serve the public or not. And I'd say if they want to be closed on Friday, if they don't want to let people serve the public Monday through Thursday, they if they don't want to do that on Friday, I'd say they shouldn't work here. And that's always going to be my position. It's not going to change. Okay. And so I'd say, I think the type of people we have working here and the type of people we really should have on the council is that the taxpayers and the citizens are the king, and we want them to come in. We want to make it convenient for them. We want to service them. I think, and they are special to us. And I think if there's staff that don't have that feeling and don't want to provide that level of service, I would argue that they should not work here. And it may mean, I'm trying to do people a favor, it may mean we'll need a couple of elections to sort this out. I was hoping that the council we're expecting a lot of our citizens. And I was hoping the council could say, we got sewer rates going up to $200 a month, maybe, without getting some grants and stuff. We're asking all this stuff of our citizens. Let's symbolically show them, hey, we're here for you 5 days a week. If we have staff in the office, you can come in and pay your bill. You do not need to make an appointment. Now, if that's too big a thing to ask, to where you'll all sit here and fight to keep the status quo, well, then I guess we're done discussing it. But but we'll just,
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there is a procedure. We can create an ordinance the city council can vote on the ordinance that will be for the city hours. And that is in the RCWs. So you can then have an ordinance drafted, put it to a vote, and then, majority will rule on that vote. Then you'll have your ordinance in place. We currently don't have an ordinance in the books, but, I would propose that an ordinance be prepared so that staff could, council could review it, and then you can vote on it at the appropriate time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you are at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Now we're starting to get
And
into.
here's kind of an olive branch that I'm gonna give to you folks so we can go on here.
Time to
Is,
do that.
okay, why is, just think about, instead of, I know that, think about this for another meeting for a month and search your heart on this. And think how this comes across to people. And let's just have this discussion in a month at the next meeting, not this time of night. And this isn't about who's right, who's wrong. This is really about just really having in our heart that, hey, I'm glad Joe Smith came in to pay his water bill. How are you? It's a service mentality that I think we all should have. And so I think when we're all tired, people get their dander up and don't want to maybe think differently.
So, Pat, I would like to respond to your implication that we do not care for the public because we are closed on Fridays and are not public servants because we are closed on Fridays.
Well, I'd say that's not the only example of why people might feel that
Okay.
way. So, okay.
Well,
There-
thank you very much for insulting me again
No, I would,
and all of staff. So as they're out
I-
trying to plow the roads.
okay.
So
Let me,
no, 1 second, 1 second. So I understand closing Fridays impacts some people. And through COVID, we were closed the same way.
okay.
And throughout COVID, we operated the same way that we have been operating on Fridays. And throughout COVID, people got used to doing things online and electronically. And just the other day, we published our website that went live, which was the cloud permitting website where we accept all of our building permits remotely and online. We don't accept any paper copies anymore. And so we are trying to do things remotely so people don't have to come into City Hall because people are moving that way.
Mhm.
I'm working on trying to get all of our records online. That is a very behemoth lift. And we now have the ability to pay online. You can phone call us or express bill pay to get your bills paid online. You can get your bills emailed to you electronically. So we are trying to serve all of the public, not just the ones that need to come into the office. And one of the reasons why we also closed it on Fridays was for that focused work, because we were being swamped with building permits, and it takes focused work to get to review those and to improve that response time. So again, all of our changes have been to try to help the public with some of the concerns that they were having with what we were doing.
Just two comments. One is, I think you
Wait,
reminded
one
me-
second.
Okay.
We are open to change, and we can have that discussion further as we go through an ordinance
Yeah.
process.
I would like to also thank the road crew for everything they did this last week. You reminded me that needed to be said. Gordy and those people are fantastic. They're out there doing the work, plowing the streets and all that. So, I can understand the need to say, hey, to circle the wagons and say Pat's after all of us. And I would think that's an unfair characterization. I do agree that there needs to be a lot of intense work done on permits and stuff. And so that's why I thought there's an infrastructure way to get that done to where people aren't interrupted with their work.
And we are working on that, and we're actually going to be getting some free cubicles from In-Situ when they're closing their office.
Yes. So, and the other thing is, you're right. If more and more of this is going online, there's going to be less disruption on Friday if it was the same as Monday through Thursday.
And
People-
Friday had been our slowest day because people thought we were closed already because the county was closed.
So then why close it if not that many people are coming in?
We are going round and round and round.
Yeah, I know.
We're not saying anything new. So.
Yeah, and it's not my
let's sit on
fault.
this.
I didn't put this at the very end of the agenda at 10 o'clock at night. I'm not saying that was done on purpose, but
It's the very first thing after council business, so I try to put it up as high as I could.
I think we're in agreement. We could discuss this at another meeting. So can I ask that it be put on the next agenda? So we can finish the discussion, and maybe as Mr. Moose said, have an ordinance drafted, and we'll figure out a way to come to consensus as we did on the sewer issue that was pretty contentious. We came to an agreement on that, and that dealt with big money. So this seems like it'd be pretty simple for us to try to come to some consensus and some compromise on this. So I ask that it be put. My request is that we put this on the agenda next time. Thank you.
And Mr. Rice, I would suggest that you remember that as a public voted person in, as a public employee, basically, you do not have a private life. And when you put in articles like you did in the paper, that's a direct reflection on the council, because you did not say in any part of that conversation with the Pioneer that you were acting on your own behalf and not as a member of the council. You are a member of the council 24/7, and everything you do privately and publicly is a reflection on this committee. And I would request that you make sure that if you're acting privately, you state that right up front.
Thank you.
You're getting, I signed my position number, and I think the public is smart enough to know that I'm speaking for
Doesn't
myself.
matter. Doesn't matter.
I think
You are a public official, and you do not have a private life unless you state it.
that is pretty
And
clear.
you better make sure that you go back through the trainings that you were supposed to have gone through at the start of your term, and maybe retake a look at some of that stuff.
I did go to that training, and I did speak with all the attorneys there, and the way you see me operating is how it will continue.
Can we table this?
Yeah. let's
So there's
this
nothing
is-
more to
this is a
discuss.
non-agenda.
I can't even
It is a
concentrate. This is
non-agenda
getting
item.
ridiculous.
Let's stop this.
I agree.
Okay, we've got 2 items left. Actually, all right, I need a majority to approve going past 10 o'clock. Yes?
Do you need a motion?
I don't think.
I think consensus would work.
Consensus vote will take it.
Yeah.
I'll agree.
Thanks too.
I agree.
All right.
Just remind Mayor that you stick on the agenda though, in terms of leaving past 10 o'clock.
Say that again?
We just need to
Already
stick to the
past
agenda
10.
items that have been published as opposed to adding any new items or discussing anything.
Understood. All right, next up is the committee appointments. Got the list there for you to peruse.
I think the 2 committees that were open were the Fair Board and the Homeless Housing Council. I know Lucy's on it, and so is Christine. So Lucy, would you want to be the?
I put in the request for appointment to that.
Okay.
Christie still want to be on that?
Yep.
She's
I'm
on it for Realtor.
Oh, okay.
And
Digging the Fair Board.
Right. Yeah.
That's his hand up.
Yeah, committee that I'm gonna be attending or monitoring anyway, whether I'm on it or not, it won't matter, but that I'd like to be on is the community action team.
Is there another member?
So
for
that's staff.
I'll just, okay.
So I'm on that, and then are you my alternate?
Yeah, just so you don't
Okay,
create
so-
them.
So is
Public
it,
meeting.
is it, so is it permissible for a council member to be on that?
I don't know. It's all about our capital projects
I know,
that we then submit to Mid-Columbia Economic Development District.
yeah, I'm aware of what it is. So I have an interest in being on that. So, should I check with them or?
I will check with, I can talk with, who runs it? Cindy, thank you. To see about it being open to the public, and then,
Or me as a council member being there as well. I mean, In other words, I'm not saying it needs to be open to the public. I'm saying I would like to, as a representative from the council, as an elected person, to be in on that. Thank you.
Any interest or anyone for the fair board?
Where's Monica?
Hey, Christy, when does the fair board meet?
Yeah, got a source right there.
Thursday nights. What did, oh, Liana, we had changed our meetings. What was it?
I thought, the fourth Thursday.
Yeah.
Is that when it was? Or what, no, it was the third Wednesday, second Wednesday.
Oh, that's what it was, Wednesday.
Yeah, it's on Wednesdays.
Oh.
The second Wednesday of the month at 7 p.m. You say you do it?
Second Wednesday of the month. You can put me on that, I guess. Mr. Waymeyer.
I
asked
guess.
before.
I know.
You're welcome, Christy.
Thanks, bud.
And I would entertain a motion.
That's a
Well,
good
we have to
one.
wait. Let's get some clarification
Yeah.
on the final, on that, on the
On the last one.
CAT.
Okay,
We do need appointment of planning commissioners.
We do. And well, and were you requesting to take my place on the community action team, or you're just
No,
requesting to attend it?
I'm requesting the attendant to be a participant the same as anybody else, and I wouldn't. You already think I insulted you a few times and I didn't intend to, and I'm not suggesting you not be involved in that I take your place at all. I would just like to be a member of that team and be able to give input on it the same as anybody else. It's part of that.
And it's not, I'm not taking it as an insult. It's just, there's a lot of ties to funding that are difficult to download ahead of the meeting regarding projects.
Yeah,
So.
and I'm aware of those ties to funding, and that's why I'm particularly interested in that.
all right.
And so if if you went and I went both, that's not a concern to me.
Moving on, Carolyn.
What?
Till
Oh,
10.
Did you motion to?
No, we
No,
tabled
no,
it
no,
until you
no.
confirm the CAT.
We
No,
need
no.
action on-
We need action on the planning commission,
Oh,
but Pat stated that he doesn't need to be like serving on it. He just wants to attend, and so he
Right.
doesn't.
Well,
need to
actually,
be-
I would like
or-
to serve on it, though. I said, thank you for clarifying. I mean, I want
Okay.
the same rights as anyone else, so that means I would like to serve on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what do we need for planning commission?
Reappointment of Jeff Breckel to position number 5 and Ann Kazee to position number 1. We have a vacancy for position number 2. Davey Ray doesn't wish to re-up for his term, so that vacancy is currently published.
So we just need to approve. We need to make a motion for this, and then
Jeff and who? Who was the other one?
Ann
Jeff and
Kazee.
Ann.
Oh, Ann's still on. Oh, yeah, my neighbor.
Just Jeff and Ann.
And then there'd be a vacancy for the other, is that? Yeah, okay. And was this term up anyway as why, or, okay. I mean, if it takes a motion, I'd make a motion to approve those 2 individuals back to the planning commission.
second? Yeah,
Question mark?
no, second. I was like, yes, we're good. Second, I second that wholeheartedly.
All right, first and second, any other discussion on this matter? All in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye.
All righty, Carolyn.
Okay, so the next one is for Title 10 vehicles and traffic ordinance change. In essence, we've adopted I can never remember what it is, Washington what then?
Washington model
Traffic something.
traffic ordinance.
Yeah, so we've adopted someone else's and it has all these references to a traffic engineer. So this ordinance is just
delegating the traffic engineer's duties to public works director. So those are the changes. It's tying up that loose end, so.
Just identifies the public works director as that
As that.
designated
Right.
person.
Right.
And I've
Per our
reviewed the
CRD.
ordinance.
Okay, would you entertain a motion, or we have more to talk about with this right now?
Unless there is further discussion, but
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2024-1206. An ordinance amending Stevenson Municipal Code Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic, establishing a purpose, policy, and definitions, assigning duties, removing redundant clauses, and establishing procedures to modify speed limits, and repealing sections of ordinances 996 and 1080, period.
Second, did I beat Dave?
First and a second, is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, so we have all been involved with the interlocal agreement. I don't think we need, there's too much background on this unless we need to have some further discussion, but I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the fire protection services interlocal agreement with Canadian County Fire District 2 as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Treasurer's report. Oh, that's
Very
the one
informational.
thing in our informational item packet. All right, the trias, keep it quick.
Two updates then. We do have that vacancy on the planning commission. The publication for filling that is currently out. The planning commission's process for that is to interview people who are interested and submit a recommendation to you all. And so ideally we'll have individuals that are interested and interviewed at their February meeting, and a recommendation coming to you at your February meeting. We would readdress the rest of the appointments. The other thing to note, we've had a new floodplain analysis conducted for our area by FEMA. With that new analysis will come requirements by FEMA to adopt their maps if we are to continue participating in the National Flood Insurance Program. Not only their maps, some changes to our regulatory documents for that. And so those changes are very specific. They're provided to us by the FEMA staff in order to stay in compliance. Failure to stay in compliance means that if somebody who is currently covered by the nationally underwritten flood insurance has a flood and our regulations are in compliance, they are no longer covered by that and their losses on them. So it's very much a do this or else situation. So, and I believe May is our or else date. We need to do it by that date. So that'll be coming to you this quarter. End of report.
Carolyn?
Oh, good. No, I don't really have much. Just wanted some updates from. I just have some updates for water. Next week we're doing our well stress test, or at least the first part of that. So I moved forward, long-term water supply project. DOH has a new requirement for, I guess it's not new, it's been out for, I don't know, we got to get it done by October. We're required to required to have a lead and copper service line inventory, which is quite a heavy lift. However, I reached out and we were able to get some technical assistance to complete this. So someone is going to be in next week to work through our as-built and start creating that inventory on our behalf. So I don't have to do it. And we don't have to pay them. So that's the other piece of that. In the wastewater world, pump station project is trying to start. We had a second pre-con last week, our third, because unfortunately the county was not able to attend, will be early next week. There were some unforeseen challenges with a storm sewer outfall at the Cascade pump station. So they will likely switch from doing that one first to doing the Fairgrounds pump station first. Wastewater treatment plant continues. Just a note, they will be demoting entirely from the Rock Creek Park Drive by the end of March. So we won't have any other impacts to that road. Not that people care all that much about that one. Streets, lots of plowing, as everyone has seen. Shout out to the crew. I think everyone's been really happy with that this storm. I don't have anything for equipment, parks, or staff. Other business, I feel like graffiti on the bridge came up last meeting, and we have reached out to their staff, and it sounds like it is something that they are going to be willing to address. And then I just also wanted to note, a few folks took us up on the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment plant tours. We still have some time slots available, February 14th and the 21st.
Valentine's Day. What a great
Valentine's
date.
Day sounds
I know,
amazing.
isn't that nice?
That's awesome.
What better day to go to a wastewater plant? So, any interest? Those are real. End of report.
Very good. Okay, question.
Oh, yeah.
What's your status with DNSS in regards to covering up our manholes covers and also the outflow?
I am working with Robert on that.
We talked today.
Okay.
We're gonna talk more next week.
All right, all right, good.
Yeah, they provided us some documentation, which we're reviewing.
Classic BNSF, take it or leave it.
There you go.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
but yeah, we actually have a list of 4 items that we're working off of next week.
Well, we get through legal, we'll need to go into executive session on that.
None of that, no, we're not doing employee
Okay.
issues, nope.
No, well, I'm talking about the jokes you had before about potential litigation
Oh,
with them on the previous meeting. That's executive session material. My turn.
I would agree with you.
Okay, good. We're even. Not good.
Fair.
Well done.
One other note, 3 things came up at this meeting that we're hopeful to get grant funds to address. One, Mary brought up undergrounding of power lines in relation to the winter storms.
Which has been a
We're trying to inch
strategic
into
goal
that
for us
with-
for a while.
Yeah, grant request to address where undergrounding projects might benefit our urban canopy. And so if we're successful there, we'll have a plan that identifies corridors to underground existing overhead facilities and cost estimates for those, so we can build them into capital improvement projects. The other one that came up was also from Mary about having the arborist look at these trees. One of the requests is related to that, to bring arborists in for trees in along streets and within public parks, which leads to the third one about Walnut Park. That's one of those areas where that tree needs some attention in some way. And so if we're successful with that grant request, then we get attention there.
Do we have any control over the trees there by the county extension office? The ones that they hung the yellow ribbons on? Those aren't part of our street inventory, are they? Or is that county property?
It's county property.
Okay.
I believe that those are white oaks.
I believe so, yeah.
And so there is some critical area regulation about
Yeah.
white oaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nerdy to know that, just seeing white oaks.
Yeah, you gotta know about white oak though.
I think we should have a rule, no jokes after 10, so we can get out of here quicker.
I'm ready to go.
Okay,
I've lost my sense of it.
yeah, and because we don't have a sense of humor anyway. At
You
that
know what?
point.
GRS doesn't either, and they did a surprise audit on us, and so we responded to that at the beginning of the year a bunch of times. And we'll have an exit interview. I don't know. I have to schedule that with them. Department of Retirement Systems, sorry. So that was what we've been working on, as well as closing out the year. And then we'll be working on filing final reports for all the funding agencies that we got those lovely grants for. They don't come without paperwork. And then needing to get our annual financial report completed in a timely manner so that we can get a single audit done, because we were able to get $1.9 million from the EPA last year. So,
Nice.
yeah. I think they mailed it the last week in December.
That's right.
So, but yeah.
And we're still on for March 2nd for our.
Yep, March 2nd for the retreat. Yep. Again, kudos to staff for all of the work that they've been doing with getting cloud permit up and running. And we've been working on, City Hall's been working on what we need to work on internally. So we've kind of created our own internal strategic plan that all, it kind of folds into everything that is in the city strategic plan. We'll go from there.
A couple RFQs that I'm hopeful will come up, hit the streets before next meeting would be one for construction engineering services for the Outlook project. And another one would be preliminary engineering services for the Cascade Avenue utility improvements. So just to note that you might see those.
How are our guys holding up out there?
So we approached this storm a little bit differently, I think, than we may have approached it in the past. A little bit more proactive in that we have two guys that are working nights and 4 that are working in the day. So far, everyone's been able to get 12 hours like at home between picking up, and starting to drive again. So I'm hopeful that it's working out well for them. I wasn't part of the storms last year, so I don't really know, but when I was hearing 19 hours of plowing is kind of what we do, I'm like,
They didn't we actually use some subcontractors last year? Was it last year or the year before last? It was, I do remember something like that.
And I think it was getting rid of
that the year before last?
Okay, stop distracting.
Sorry, squirrel.
I would entertain a motion to approve the vouchers.
I move to approve the vouchers as presented.
Second.
And first and second, is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, anything or to report out for the greater good?
I'm just a little bit concerned about the amount of law enforcement we have available for the county. That really concerns me. Having 8 guys working. Cover entire county, including up north.
Bring it up in a public meeting then. Giving everybody notice, go out and do bad things.
Just saying.
I'd like to say again, and it's been said a couple of times, that we really all owe a debt of gratitude for the road crew and Gordy and Cody and the rest of those people that have kept things open. When I took the sewer tour, I was really impressed with the people that ran the sewer and the water treatment plant. I was very impressed with Gordy, and so I think we got a lot of people doing a lot of good work in this city, and it really, I'm just very impressed. And
we'll pass it along.
Thank you.
Okay, for the next meeting, we are already talking about putting together an ordinance for City Hall hours, code enforcement discussion. It will also be on the agenda next month. Let's see if we can avoid a 10:30 meeting next month. Is there anything else that we would like to see on the agenda?
I'm gonna make a motion to not have a 10:30 meeting next month.
We'll need an ordinance. Sorry.
Lucy, you have something?
When I read the municipal code in chapter 3, there's a affordable housing fund established. That was back in 2020. So I was just wondering how much is in that and what has been done with it in the past few years.
Nothing's been done with it, and we have, I think, less than $10,000.
Okay.
So that fund was set up as it was time sensitive, and it's a refund or more or less a kickback of sales tax from the state. And so we only are able to incur it's like 0.01% or 0.1% of sales tax, but it was then capped at whatever level it was that year. So it's I can get you more information on it if you want.
Yeah, I have a whole list of things I want more information on, but I can talk to another time about that.
Mhm.
Perfect. Is there any other business to conduct this evening?
No, thank you.
Meeting adjourned, 10:23.
Christy, have a good night.
Night, Christy.
Thank you. Goodbye, guys. I'll see you soon.
Miss seeing your face.
I see your face. Let you see my face. Okay, good night.